July 2025, we are proceeding with the matter of Mengo and Mbenenge. Judge President, you are still under oath.
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Oh, the Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Judge President.
Morning, Council.
I'm going to start with the 8th of June, 2021. On that day, it is common cause that you went to the office of the complainant. You wanted to see her judge, is that correct?
Yes, from what appears here and from what I recall, that is indeed so.
And during that day's interaction, you shifted the conversation to her personal life there in her office.
Yes, I did.
And is that when your interest started to become more real in her, your interest in her?
It's a process, it's not an event.
I agree with that, but is that where it became more real for you?
Yes, I'm just prefixing my answer. The answer is yes, within the context that it's a process and not an event.
And during that evening, that's when your first WhatsApp communication with her started. Is that correct?
Yes, that is indeed so.
There was no previous WhatsApp communication between yourself and the complainant before that day?
To the best of my recollection, that is indeed so.
Am I correct to say that you initiated this conversation that day because you now had an interest in her? That was the purpose of this conversation.
Are you saying I initiated it because I had an interest?
Yes.
I would not absolutely agree with that. I initiated it because I felt I had been a bit invasive when, during my visitation, I discussed with her something that related to her child. So that is the starting point.
So if you say that you felt that it was a bit invasive, that means that it was not totally appropriate. That's why you needed to apologize.
I was setting the record straight. Yes, you can call it an apology. Apology in the sense that, among other things, I realized that the child was present in the office when there was this interaction. And from a reading of the exchanges, that seems plain. So the question about appropriateness or otherwise is answered to by me in that context.
When you testified yesterday, you said that on page 1157, that is now in volume 3, there's nothing of significance. But if we look at Ms. Vetten's evidence, she testified that that is typical of how harassers initiate seemingly innocuous conversations with the victims in order to move into more sexually explicit conversations. What's your comment on that?
I don't want to enter into a debate with you, counsel, and with her. That is a matter for argument. The matter of, in the first place, whether her evidence is anything to go by and whether any weight should be attached to whatever she said. So I wouldn't love to enter into that debate. I'm not sure whether it assists us.
You said that you initiated this conversation to apologize. Why did you send
to apologize?
Yes, to the complainant.
Can we go to the transcript? Can we go to page 1156? I'm trying to answer your question. 1854. Sorry, I raised the topic and you responded likewise, jocularly, in the presence of your daughter.
That's an apology, isn't it?
That is an apology, and that is the context.
But that is what I put to you.
Indeed so. But I'm saying context is everything, and it is important, Advocate Skippers. Sorry, I raised the topic, and you responded likewise, jocularly, in the presence of your daughter. We can call it an apology, we can tag it anyhow, but this is what it is. It is here, it is staring at you and I.
The question I wanted to ask was, you sent that message at 6 minutes to 7 in the evening.
Sure.
Why didn't you send it earlier in working hours, just after the conversation?
Oh, I'm a very busy person. When I'm at work, I'm on the fast lane. I had opportunity to reflect on what was happening during the course of the day. And in fact, as far as I'm concerned, the way I express myself here would have been as good as doing it during the lunch hour or during working hours, but upon reflection, this is what I did.
And despite this awareness of yours that this was not totally appropriate, the conversation that you had with the complainant, you proceeded to continue the exchange with her, and instead of maintaining professional distance, you shifted it into a more personal conversation, asking the complainant about how many children she has.
What is your question, ma'am?
You shifted it to a more personal conversation.
Could you please prefix your question? Because I also want to deal with the precursor to the question itself.
Can you just answer my question? The conversation shifted, didn't it?
No. There was a prefix to your question. It was a lengthy. Could you please repeat even the prefix?
It started
You
with...
say, even though you realize that it was inappropriate. I don't want to engage you in relation to inappropriate in terms of what. Maybe that's a matter for argument. But this is more an issue of a social skill and etiquette. So the repeated use of appropriate and inappropriate should be understood in the context of what I've just said, which is simply that this is a matter of social etiquette, social skills. I could, for that matter, not have taken it further and said, so be it. That was the discussion. Sorry, I raised the topic and you responded likewise, jocularly, in the presence of your daughter.
That is my point. Why did you continue?
Continue with what?
The conversation.
Nothing precluded me from continuing with the conversation.
You realized that it was not a topic that you should have gone into with her.
No, ma'am. Sorry, I raised the topic concerning your child. And you responded likewise, jocularly, in the presence of your daughter.
So you were apologizing for the topic of raising a child?
In her presence. The fact that I'm saying, oh, this child, you're a father, and so on. I think the affidavit, my affidavit, would you allow me the opportunity to read what I said under oath? So that I
I'm testing what
contextualize
you're
it.
saying now.
I'm testing, thank you. I understand that you are testing, but I would like to contextualize it because I see what is made big up at this point in time is appropriateness or otherwise, but let me contextualize it. Please bear patiently.
My question is a very easy question. You apologized because raising the topic of her child. Is that correct?
In her presence and about the father and all that.
But then you continued the conversation asking about how many children she has, what ages they are, the age difference. Then you continued with this topic.
Yes, I did.
Why? It is inappropriate.
No, it is not.
It was because you apologized.
Ma'am, now the hour has come for me to read from, with your indulgence, Chairperson, because context is everything. I would like to read from my affidavit. It may take some time, but so be it.
Mr. Kakani, are you able to assist the witness? The relevant page. Yes, please.
Actually, the consolidated volume, my affidavit in the consolidated volume is page 69. Oh, I found something. Page 70 of the consolidated bundle. Page 70, small 70, right on top in the middle. The starting point is page 70. Shall I continue to read from page 70, Chairperson?
We have your affidavit and we have dealt with it. If you can just answer the questions.
Are you
I would
precluding me?
appreciate
Are you precluding me from reading?
I'm just asking you to answer the question. Please continue.
I do not particularly take kindly to the way in which you are treating me, Counsel. I said I would like to read, and then I'm saying I'm ready to read. Then when I say I'm ready to read, you repeat a question. Let me read. Page 70. A reading of Annexure B1 shows that I was expressing myself more as a parent than otherwise. I did not gain the impression that Ms. Mengo was uncomfortable with the conversation or that I was bothering her, after I had expressed the opinion that girls look after their parents and so on and so forth. I'm also looking for a phrase much later on, if there be here, that relates to what I believe is social etiquette. But you can pose your question once again. Maybe I am lost. What is the question, ma'am?
You continued with this conversation knowing that it was inappropriate.
No, I did not continue with the conversation knowing that it was inappropriate. Firstly, context is that I was discomforted by the fact that I had spoken about a child's father. The complainant having said, the father is an absent father. All this was discussed in the presence of the child. So the center or the subject there, and everything else is subservient, is a social etiquette issue, which I thought let me deal with the complainant. To answer the question directly then, the child was no longer there. I was talking to the mother. So within the context of what I've just said, there was nothing inappropriate talking to her.
So you agree that at this stage the professional boundaries was now crossed? There was no longer professional boundaries between the two of you, from your side?
Yes, this is a social issue.
When you calculated the age difference between herself and the child, what was your intention of doing that?
I was just asking how old the child is, or how old the child was.
No, you calculated the age difference between herself and the child. What was your intention with that?
I will need to read and remind myself and refresh it. Page?
Page 1159.
Thank you. She's turning 12 this year. Nishiana 16 or 18 years. It's a rhetorical question. Did you really calculate that?
That's my point. It's not a rhetorical question. You did calculate that. What was your intention in doing this?
To establish the age of the complainant.
Then you continued after that to compliment her on her youthful appearance.
I did.
The complainant testified that at that stage she became uncomfortable and did not know how to respond to you.
Question?
I put it to you. She did not know how to respond to you because You are the judge president and she's the secretary. At this stage, she became uncomfortable.
I did not gain that impression. Certainly not from the conversations. And she too did not give me to understand otherwise.
But that is what she's saying. She did not know how to do that because you are a superior to her. She respects you. You are the judge president.
What is the question?
The question is, I put it to you, that she did not know how to respond the way you wanted her to respond.
That is not my understanding. That may be what she said when she testified, but based on what I'm seeing here, I don't see anywhere where she was uncomfortable with what we were talking about.
During her testimony on the 13th of January 2025, that is in the transcripts at page 68, lines 1 to 3, she testified as follows. I have to respect him as someone who is also in charge. Even the manner in which I would respond to him, I will have to be very cautious. That is what she understood.
What she understood about my posture and authority.
The way
and all
she
that.
had to respond to you.
Well, so be it. That is what she says.
Do you accept?
And I dare say, perusing the complaint itself that served before the JSC, well, JCC, JSC, and now the tribunal, which is basically the mandate and what should be considered. And I'm not saying evidence should be kicked away, but what I need to say is simply that she might harbor this understanding, but I never understood it the way she is now articulating it. I never imposed myself as a JP when I was talking to her, certainly not upon reading here. So in our social setup, it doesn't matter what culture it is. You don't deal with people from the perspective that, do you know that I'm a JP? And therefore, when we talk, you don't deal with life from that perspective. When I was conversing with the complainant, in spite of the fact that I'm a judge president and the top lawyer, according to everybody's understanding and the media, of course, even though it is so, but when I was chatting here, I was a social being.
But you cannot take away the fact that you are the judge president. You do not have to impose it on her because you are the judge president. And she knows that because you say now, everybody knew I am the top lawyer. She also knew that.
The direct answer to your question is, I never imposed myself as a judge president. The conversation was not between a judge president and a secretary or a junior staff. It was a conversation between two adults. I was simply a social being when I was talking to her in this instance. I don't remove my JP-ship.
That is your understanding, but the complainant's understanding is totally different.
I note that.
The statement that I made, or the part that I read to you now that she testified, take away the fact that you are the two parties in this. If you hear this statement, that I have to respect him as someone in charge, even in the manner I would have to respond to him, I will have to be very cautious. Do you accept that in that statement, there is a power imbalance in that?
We must tread carefully when we talk about power imbalance. I say so because we don't have to be singling out each and every utterance that was made. Because during the same night, the very same person you portray as somebody who's junior, I concede is junior in terms of age compared to me. But now she says, then you must determine what you are looking for. So a nitpicking type of approach may not assist the tribunal. That is my view. She is free to express herself the way she did when she was testifying. But what I want to highlight, this was not a JP versus secretary conversation. This was a conversation between a man and a woman, between a male and a female. I was a social being. And it's indeed, I've said, it's a social etiquette issue. When I say, hey man, you joked, you responded likewise jocularly in the presence of your daughter. That had nothing to do with me being JP and she being a secretary to a judge. So this was a social interaction. Unless there's a theory that JPs should talk only to other JPs or the CJ or other senior official, unless there is that notion, which I believe flies in the face of social reality.
You agree that then this conversation turned from being social to being more sensual.
True.
Why did you ask for a photo from her?
Because I was steering things in that direction based on the fact that I had developed an interest in her
But
during the conversation.
Yes, but if we look at the conversation before you asked her for the picture, you haven't established that she wanted this relationship that you are seeking.
I have yet to read a book, ma'am, where we are told, you know what, when you are interested in a female, a girl, or a woman, these are the steps that you must take. Firstly, you must greet them. You must go for pleasantries. You must then buy her a chocolate, and so on and so forth. Ma'am, I have not been charged here for flirting in a particular manner as against another particular manner. The issue is whether the chats were welcome or unwelcome.
That's the point. You had to establish that it was welcome. The fact that you asked for a photo, you haven't established whether or not that would be welcome at that stage.
I did not have to ask whether, would you welcome if we were to do something A, B, C, D, E? That is, as far as I understand it, that is not how people propose, or that is not how people express their interest when it comes to others. You may have a particular way, and I'm sorry to have to sound personal. You may have a particular way, you sitting there, in relation to how you would love somebody to propose you. I don't have to get into that.
You don't have to get personal with me because I'm not party here. We are talking about the complainant. She indicated...
No, I'm just expatiating.
Can I finish? She testified that it was unwelcome. You have not established on what we see here whether or not it was welcome up until that stage.
No. The issue of whether it's welcome or unwelcome is something that must be considered within the context of what was discussed. And we can continue and peruse. If she did not welcome it, she should have said so. She did not say that.
I've already mentioned to you because she did not know how to react.
She did not know how to react.
It's just
I don't
a comment.
believe that.
When you replied,
sorry,
when you replied with...
You made a proposition, and then you continue to ask a question. Let's deal with that proposition.
We have already dealt with that. When you replied with the word kidding, after you asked her for the photo.
Page?
1164.
Thank you. 1164.
Yes.
Kidding is the follow-up on high.
Yes.
High flows.
I'm still busy phrasing my question. I haven't finished.
Sorry to interrupt you.
When you replied with the word kidding, was that an attempt to backtrack because you recognized or realized that your request was inappropriate?
Not at all. Far from that. Now the hour has come for me to explain it. Will you, maybe a few pictures you send may serve as halfway proof, me talking. The response thereto is, we'll try to take more, but currently lost the most. My phone deleted everything recently. The high is a sequel to that interaction. The high part, because we must deal with high, HAAI at 1929. So when I say kidding, I am saying, well, insofar as let's start with the I. My phone deleted everything recently. I'm saying, come on, I don't believe that. So I is in that context. And then flowing from that, I'm saying, well, I'm kidding. And then the conversation continued. And we've got to read further to understand the context. That is my answer to your question, ma'am.
So what was the reply of kidding about then?
I've just explained it.
No, I don't understand what you explained.
I will repeat.
No, you don't have to say everything. I'm just saying, is it because of hi? Were you kidding when you said hi, or were you kidding about the request for photos?
I'm going to repeat. I am saying, she says, my phone deleted everything recently. In disbelief, I say hi. And then I'm saying, well, I'm kidding. So, which means that which relates to her saying, we'll try to take more, is the dominant clause in that communication. The rest is subservient.
The dominant clause is you asking for pictures.
Come again?
The dominant clause is you asking for the pictures, not her reply.
The dominant clause is, I will try to take more pictures. I'm talking about the dominant clause, particularly in relation to what was discussed at 1923 at page 1164.
Now, she did not send you pictures at that stage. Now, despite this, you persisted in asking for pictures, for photos. You testified like that yesterday as well. You persisted in asking for the pictures. Is that correct?
Yes, within the context that there's a difference between persistence and persuasion. Persuasion is more negotiation, and that is why I said at page 1165, if it won't offend.
When she responded with the fact, like you say, that she will take photos and she will send it to you. She did not send it to you immediately or for a while. That was not out of genuine agreement. That was an attempt of her to avoid further engagement.
Is that your take of it after the event?
That is what this complainant testified.
She is not absolutely correct in articulating it that way. Certainly not within the context of these discussions. Few that you have got at 1930, the answer is, I will do. So I'm not sure if there's anyone who is qualified to read more or less into what is contained there. But she's stated what she stated under oath when she was testifying. But all I'm saying is it's not borne out by the context. Because she does not only say, I will do, then she also says at 2022, ubuzifuna kwangoku na.
And the translation to that is, were you in need of them or you wanted them as in of now?
Uxolo bendisajima.
My apologies, I was still gymming.
Then I say, if it won't offend, and that attracts a wink from her. So I'm saying, let's not, with due respect, or put it this way, in a manner of speaking, it is not going to help this tribunal, for me or for whoever else, to be nitpicking and read things out of context.
Yes, context is very important, and who else can give the context than the complainant? Because what she thought is what she conveyed to the tribunal.
What she thought is not what she conveyed to me. She conveyed something to the contrary, which is that I will do, 1. 2, if it won't offend, there's a wink.
But then she doesn't do that. And would you say that when someone says, I will do, but don't do it immediately, only after you keep on persuading her, that is not necessarily true consent?
Is that so?
I'm putting it to you.
I disagree.
And then you keep on asking, few that you've got.
Indeed.
And she keeps on putting you off by not doing what you wanted her to do.
She keeps on not saying she won't do. She keeps on saying She keeps on not saying it will offend her as part of the negotiation and the discussion. I'm at page 1165.
Did it not cause you to question whether her failure to send you the photos indicated that she may not want to send you those pictures?
She did send pictures.
After you continued persisting in asking that, I'm asking at that stage.
Shall we then use the word persuasion and negotiation? Because I contextualized it. She has said she will do. I said, then she says, I did not realize that you want these pictures right away. I am sorry. I was still gymming. And I say, if it won't offend. Ascertaining or testing the room. So point of substance is that from a reading of this and sitting where I am today, I can't find anything in the form of a rebuff. On the contrary, I find cooperation between two adults in the context of what was being discussed here. Nothing such as a rebuff. I am not going to take issue with the testimony that she gave. She chose to testify the way she did. But looking at it from what I am reading here, it flies in the face of this.
You testified yesterday also that you can read the room. That you read the room during the conversations that you had with her on WhatsApp.
Well, and indeed so, yes. And indeed, in the context of where we are now, we are at page 1165. In that context, I'm saying, if it won't offend. Why am I referring to that? It is because of the manner in which you engaged me in this debate that we are engaged in. So it is to point out that, well, you know, at every twist and turn, I thought it was incumbent on me to read the room, so to speak, and I did exactly that.
I put it to you that you did intentionally not read the room. Actually, what you did is that you ignored what you did not want to accept, and you simply read what you wanted into those conversations.
I disagree.
You ignored the fact that you asked her 11 times in one conversation, that first time that you conversed with her on WhatsApp, for photos.
Sorry, I don't understand.
You asked her 11 times during that conversation of the 8th of June, 2021, for photos. In fact, you even begged when you said, please, PLZ on 1165.
Which also appears at 1167, because there is such a thing as persuasion and negotiation.
By not seeing that she is not responding positively to you, there's no negotiation. It's only one-sided. Asking.
That's a matter for argument. I disagree with your proposition. I disagree particularly if one goes to 1167. 1167, you will see that she did send a picture to me prior to that point. There is that picture. That picture was sent by the complainant. It was not downloaded from a status. Or let me wait because I see you are talking to somebody.
I'm listening, you can continue.
Oh, okay. Sorry then. She did send a picture, ma'am. Let's deal with that. At 1167, I comment to a picture that she sent to me. It looks stylish. Then when testimony is given, the stance is that she did not send a picture to me, which is not correct. It's not borne out by this transcription, or put it this record. So fact of the matter is, you see at 2032, at page 1166, it's quite clear that prior to 2032, on that day, she did send a picture, and that has been deleted by whosoever for whatever reason.
And that was never put to the complainant during cross-examination?
What was never put?
That she deleted that photo.
No, I'm just talking about an objective fact, what we see here. I'm not dealing with what my lawyer did or what they did not do, my competent lawyers as far as I'm concerned. let's deal with the issue, Advocate Skeppers. Your proposition seems to be predicated on the fact that she was not willing to send a picture, and she did not. That notion is not correct. She did send a picture, and objectively, we can now see. We know because when one comments on one status, it is different, it shows differently. And therefore, I'm saying to you, it is clear from what we are reading here that she had shared a picture at some point before I commented stylish.
It is also clear that you persuaded and persisted in asking for pictures.
The problem with sorry to have to put it like that, the challenge that I have is that you must accept that she did send a picture. But in light of how things unfolded, you won't be able to show me from this when exactly she sent that picture. Counsel.
We don't know when she sent that picture.
Counsel,
that is correct.
So sorry. Maybe let me express my disquiet. When you ask a question, I respect you. When I respond and you talk to somebody else next to you, I must express my disquiet when it comes to that. Please, let's deal with what you raised. I am saying, from the objective facts that we have, she did send a picture. The challenge that all of us have here is we don't know when she sent it. And I don't expect anyone to say she did not send a picture because it should be clear to all and sundry that she did send a picture at some point before I commented at 2032 for self-serving reasons or for whatever reason. It may be nefarious or however, but we can't then say when exactly during the conversation.
This fact that you commented on a photo that she sent to you, that was never put to the experts whether or not it could have been a status photo.
Advocate Skeppers, this is a matter determinable independently of expertise. It is staring at us, ma'am. You know when somebody comments on a picture that one has sent, by now we should know. Let's just undertake that exercise. And I'm going to page through, which is what I'm doing. Page 1202 at random.
You did show that to us yesterday.
Yes.
I did see what you meant yesterday,
Yes,
but it was never asked from experts whether or not it could have happened that a comment on a status picture could have been the way it's depicted here. That was never canvassed.
Are you saying because it was never put, therefore it never happened? Yes, you are free to put it that way, but my response, which I am free to give to you, is that you don't need to have a degree to see this. It is determinable logically. We can see she did send a picture, to which I commented stylish. And when she testified saying she did not send a picture, she was not telling the truth.
In any event, that photo that you responded on as stylish is not a naked photo. It's someone fully dressed, is that correct?
Absolutely correct. So we are now moving from the premise that she did send a picture?
I'm not saying she did send a picture. You replied to a picture which she said was a status upload. That is her version.
So, sorry maybe to have had dealt with it the way I did. I have established, I believe, that she did send a picture. This is determinable from just a naked eye. Objectively, she did send a picture. She was not truthful when she said she did not. So that is her picture, in fact, to which I commented stylish, and to which she then responded, "You've got a fine eye too," at 1167.
And in this quest of you asking for photos, you escalated this interaction
Yes.
by asking her to remove the top part. That is now on page 1165, Kulula Umkla, at 2028.
Yes, I did.
She testified that she understood this to mean that she had to undress her upper body for the picture.
I did not understand it that way. I'm the one who said it. Afford me the opportunity to explain myself. in this interaction, where, as you can see, this person seems to be wearing a jacket. If I'm going to say to you, and I would like to appreciate your appearance, and I say, take off your jacket, this is the context. That was what I was saying.
Why would you ask her to take off the top part of her garment?
You can see she's wearing a garment there.
But why did you ask her to remove it?
No, because I just wanted to appreciate her appearance, because as far as I was concerned, the jacket was obstructive.
Of what?
Obstructive in the sense that it doesn't give me a full perspective and view of how she looked.
What did you want to see? What did you want to see more of how she looked?
I've explained it.
No, you haven't.
I'll repeat.
What? You said you wanted to see more. What more did you want to see?
If I stand up wearing a jacket, you may not see how I am structured because there's a jacket.
So you wanted to see her body?
I was not denuding her. I wanted to see how she is made up.
Would you agree that even suggesting this type of image by removing your top part to see her body,
Her body.
the structure
yes.
of her body, especially in the absence of a personal relationship and in the presence of professional hierarchy, amounts to sexual harassment?
I disagree.
Particularly when she does not adhere to your request.
She did adhere to my request to share pictures. She did send a picture to me.
The request of removing the top part.
Fine, so be it. I did not persist. I was satisfied with her not doing it as part of the interaction, the flirtatious interaction. So your question is loaded with a number of notions. You mentioned quite a lot of things. Could you please unpack it so that I assist the tribunal? You said something about power and everything else. You loaded quite a number of things. I want to deal with your...
I did not say anything about power. I said, requesting this type of image by removing the top part, especially in the absence of a personal relationship, because there was no personal relationship yet, and in the presence of professional hierarchy, amounts to sexual harassment, particularly when this recipient is not adhering to the request.
I disagree with you. I'll tell you why I disagree with you. It might be that it's more a matter for argument, but sexual harassment at the core thereof, or at the center of it, is the issue of whether conduct is welcome or unwelcome. Whether you read it from the perspective of the Employment Equality Act, or you read it from the perspective of the Code of Good Practice on the Prevention of Harassment, at the center of it is the issue of whether the conduct is wanted or unwanted. So my answer is simply that she had sent a picture, she had met what I requested from her, I commended stylish, she responded saying, you got a fine eye too. This is a discussion between two adults. From what I'm reading, I don't find anything that encapsulates unwantedness.
But that's what we have to unpack. How she felt. She felt it to be unwelcome. The complainant responded to that request of yours to remove the top part, to say, we'll try later. That is also on 1166 at page 2028.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me
She said,
about
there's
that.
none, I will try later. She
Yes.
explained when she testified that saying no directly would not give her peace. She believed that you would continue pressing the matter. That's why she replied the way she replied.
I disagree. That's a That's an ex post facto formulation to suit what we are about and to champion this cause that I have addressed myself to.
Then even after this picture that you replied to, you were not satisfied. When she
Yes.
didn't send you the photos by removing the top part, you engaged further and you messaged her by saying robbed. And that is
Yes.
at 1167 2049.
Yes, correct.
Again, you indicated your dissatisfaction and pushing the conversation further.
Let's go a bit back. I said few that you've got. The word few at the center thereof could mean 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10, depending on what you've got as quantity. So I think we should move from that premise. The understanding was few that you've got, I will do. So when you send one does not mean few. So my persuasion and negotiation is based on the conversation, which I now see how it unfolded, which I'm now, as I read it, I am beginning to understand how it unfolded. And therefore, I disagree with your proposition that you are putting to me.
Few that you've got was after you asked her for her to remove the top part. You were referring to that.
Not necessarily.
And when she did not send that to you, you said robbed. So you
I
were
said
pushing
so.
this further.
No. We must understand that there is, every time, ma'am, you talk to the person next to you, I'm going to stop because I've expressed my disquiet in relation to that.
Chair, can I
Because
just clarify?
insofar
Can you
as,
please just wait?
sorry,
Can-
I'm
ma-
addressing you, ma'am.
JP, if you wouldn't mind, give me a minute.
Can I just take control of the situation if nobody minds? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify.
Thank
I represent the complainant. Part of my role here is to give instructions on the complainant's version. When I give Ms. Skippers a message, that's what I'm doing. I'm not distracting from you answering the question, JP, and I certainly don't intend to do that, but it is necessary for me to pass notes to her and to try and give her instructions on things on behalf of the complainant. I will certainly try and do that in a way that's not obstructive to the questioning, but it is moving quite fast. So, and I don't want to ask for adjournments. So I'll bear in mind the JP's concerns, but just so that you understand my role as well. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, my concern has nothing to do with Advocate Badlander. My concern has to do with Advocate Skippers, insofar as she is posing questions to me, and when I start proffering an answer, then I can see she's talking to somebody else. I've got no problems with whoever wants to talk to her as these proceedings unfold. I believe I'm entitled to what I'm saying. I need protection in this regard. I need to be respected. I feel disrespected when somebody is going to pose a question to me, and when I'm busy answering it, she does not look at me, she talks to somebody else. I can't take it beyond that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. I hear what the JP is saying. I am following what he's testifying. So, and I don't see there was any break in the conversation between us, but I hear what he's saying.
Can I just say this, that JP, it's very much like an advocate busy with cross-examination, and sometimes the attorney whispers into his ear. I think it is in that context that the interaction between Advocate Badlander and Advocate Skippers.
I have no problems with that. What I used to do in the 22 years that I practiced as an advocate, whoever I'm talking to, I would then say sorry and then take instructions. And I've registered my disquiet in the context that Advocate Skippers poses a question. When I'm busy answering it, then she talks to somebody else. I don't want to take it beyond that.
Yes.
I don't want to make a mountain of, well, out of something, so to speak, that may be a hip. I've expressed my disquiet. She now understands how I feel about it. Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing me to explain myself.
Yes, let me finish what I wanted to say. We may have to accept what Advocate Skipper says, that she does not mean disrespect. And when she would be doing that, perhaps a problem would arise only when she says, repeat your answer because I didn't hear your answer because I was busy with Advocate Butland. Then that could be a problem.
Yes.
But if she feels that she can manage to pick up a word or two from Advocate Butland while you are giving your answer and still be receptive to your answer and duly consider your answer, then it should not be a problem.
It should not be a problem. I agree. It's more a social etiquette issue. When somebody is talking to me, and then when I'm trying to engage them, then they look at the other person. I don't wish to take it beyond that. I understand
Yes,
what
I
the
think we should
chairperson
leave
is
it
saying.
at
Thank you
that
very much.
point, with the assumption that should Advocate Skippers be receiving a word or two from Advocate Butland while you are busy giving an answer, the assurance she gives us is that even though she'll be doing that, she'll definitely be following your answer.
Thank you for the assurance.
Yes.
Thank you. Then after you wrote robbed to her, her response was the emojis of the see no evil monkeys. That was a clear indication of her discomfort. Yet again, you repeated robbed, but this time in the vernacular at 2051 on 1168.
I disagree with what you are saying. It does not find support from a reading of this, certainly not the way I see it. Please afford me the opportunity to do it. These are playful cliches, these are playful words. Robbed is a rather deep, crude word, but here the conversation is playful. It is in the same context that I would understand when the complainant at some point says to me, well, I want you, when you get here, to find me ready. Things like those. So this is playful. So I don't attach the weight that you attach to the word robbed in the context of a flirtatious, playful interaction. You will see that sometimes it's about apportioning percentages in the sense that in my mind, I'm saying, this person has said, I've got a few. Then I'm saying, please send me those few that you've got, and so on and so forth. So it is within that context that I disagree with your proposition.
Then after you told her you robbed me in the vernacular, she replied by hyena at 2051, and she indicated that that was a clear refusal. She did not want to send you pictures.
Negative or negative. That's not correct. We now know that hyena is not a rebuff, at least by now, from the interaction that we have been engaged in. I, at some point, said, it says Ebana or Batung, as we were guided. It is not a rebuff. And it is followed by and it, which I believe aligns itself with my thinking and how I read what was happening here.
During her testimony, the translation that we got was that it was no. And even after this no, you proceeded to call her a trickster at 2052 on 1168. Do you see how this continued persistence constitutes pressure and undermines her refusal?
You are not correct. I disagree. This is why I disagree with you. You keep on predicating the notion about this interaction to interpret hyena as high, meaning no. It is totally incorrect. It is not compatible with what happened soon thereafter at 2053. which is earn it. So my understanding is that, as I've been trying to explain from time to time, and it has been tried to explain, this was an interaction, there's playfulness in it. You can't attach to everything that is said here the meaning that you are now seeking to attach. Nikati, we're robbed, we laugh at it. No one can say Haini and then at the same time laugh. That can't be a rebuff. Or at least as far as I was concerned, and as I said in my affidavit, this is all playfulness.
According to the complainant, it is not playfulness. She indicated that the reason why she said earn it was not because she wanted to flirt. It was because she felt uncomfortable and unsure how to respond to the inappropriate request from someone in your position. Someone who is not a friend and not entitled to such personal content.
I did not understand earn it from an adult female to mean what we are saying now. I disagree.
Then that night you continued the conversation, repeatedly steering it towards photo request, at one point even writing, "I'm not demanding too much." And that was not a question. Because there's no question mark. You are not saying, "Am I not demanding too much?" You chose to write, "I'm not demanding too much."
Where
There's
is
a
that?
difference.
Where is that page?
Let me just get to that.
So sorry to have to do that to you, ma'am, because I want the context.
No?
It's going to help me respond to your question.
Where's that one?
Because I want to see, oh, sorry. Because I want to see what was said immediately before that and immediately after that and during. Then I will contextualize my answer.
Thank you. If you can just give me a moment, I just want to find it. At 1170 at 2110.
All right. 1170 at 2110. Is that where she says, you must know that when I want money from you, you will give it to me? Is that where you say it?
Yes.
What point then are you making?
You did not ask her, "Am I not demanding too much?" You said, "I'm not demanding too much." So
Where-
you're making you put it to her that you are not demanding too much.
We may engage in a terminological fight, or shall I say terminological issue. Whether it was in the form of a question or a statement, the effect is the same. When I say I'm not demanding too much, she could then have said you are demanding too much. She did not say that. So my response is that even before we get to 1170, we must go back a bit, because some of these things are happening within seconds. There's N it at 2053 at page 1168. I've addressed myself to my understanding of N it as part of this game between one who fences one person and the other, and how I understood it. Then at page 1169, 2053, you are tricky. She laughs at 2054. Then she says at 2054, it's part of the task. And it. Then at 2055, will do, responding to go halfway now, the rest for another day. These are playful exchanges between, this is how I see it, between the complainant and I. And then, shall I say, in a manner of speaking, boom, bang. At 2110, she says, Yazbamna, klandifuna imali uzawundinika. Even if it had been a question, formulated as follows: will you give me money if I want it? Doesn't matter. Even if she says, you must know that when I want money, you will give it to me. I am treating it the same way she did. Her evidence that yazba mna xa ndifuna imali, if I remember correctly, she sought to put it in the form of a question. And I'm saying, whether it is a statement or a question, my view is it's neither here nor there. It is a discussion. When I say I'm not demanding too much, I'm saying it was available to her to say you are demanding too much, which she did not do.
She did.
How so?
By saying, I wonder, when I want money, would you give it to me? Because you are now asking her to give you something. Now she says, I wonder if I ask you for money, if you would give it to me.
I disagree with your proposition. That is a formulation ex post facto, which I believe it should be argued in the final analysis. It's meant to pursue a particular view, which is not correct.
The complainant testified that she
Yes.
knew when you ask someone for money, he will go away.
That was not my understanding. As I said, insofar as I said, I'm not demanding too much. Whether it's a question or a statement, it was available to her to say, you are demanding. And her response that, yazi ukuba mna xa ndifuna imali uza kundinika. You must know that when I want money, you will give it to me. It's part of the bargaining process, negotiation, so to speak, persuasion on the one hand, response on the other, a lot of playfulness along the way in the context of flirtation.
She further testified that she felt that you were trying by all means to get what you want, and that is on the 14th of January 2025 at page 17, lines 15 to 17.
Yes, she said so. And that's in keeping with her having said to me, earn it. Not just that, it's part of the task.
So you agree that you were trying to get what you want?
I agree that I was persuading her in keeping with what she had said. Earn it. It's part of my persuasion. She said, she invited me, she challenged me to earn it. And that's exactly what I was engaged in.
And when she didn't respond to you, you then say, shame, you must be sleeping.
Where are we
That is
now?
on 1173 at 2153.
Yes, that is preceded by a lot of conversations. For instance, at 1162, sorry, because I may be seen to be taking a roundabout fashion in answering your question. At 1172, I expressed myself there. Actually, it's 70% when adding the other one. That is what she said. But now, in my view, she had sent more than one picture. So 1 + 1 is equal to 2. But we don't have a trace of that having happened.
According to her, she did not send
No, I'm
pictures.
saying according to the context. When one says 1 + 1 equal to 2, it means there's more than one. That's why she says actually it's 70% when adding the other one. I am saying because of this trend, starting from the picture that she directly sent to me, from what we see here, starting from that, and when we see her saying actually it's 70% when adding the other one. Now, these arithmetical engagements, you will agree with me, or perhaps let me state my side of the story. These are jocular engagements, apportioning marks, and so on and so forth. 70%, she says, actually, it's 70% when adding the other one, which tells me that at some point she must have sent another one. Seated where I am now, I am not better placed to testify in relation to that, but at least I know the one picture that she sent directly, and we can glean from this is that at least there is one, and there is no trace from what we are seeing that at some point and when during that night she sent it. Sorry, it was a rather long-winded
I don't
answer.
understand why you answered the way you answered, because I was asking about the message that you sent to her, shame you are sleeping, and now you spoke about photos.
No, I was just saying before we get to shame you are sleeping. Sorry for that. At 21:53, shame you are sleeping. How else do you, when talking to somebody during the night, how else do you establish whether they are still part of the conversation or not? That's how I was expressing myself.
This was an
For
attempt.
instance, at 21:41, she loves to that jocular picture that I must have sent. Then I'm saying, Bendilinde wena ngengoma, I was waiting for you. I engaged you in relation to something else, which she loved too. And then there at 21:43, Bendilinde wena, she sends a laughing emoji. I reciprocate likewise. And then I say at 21:53, shame, ulele. So the question then is, I realized that she is asleep. I was ascertaining whether she is asleep and whether she would further engage.
Because you wanted to reignite the conversation.
Yes.
Why did you feel the need to keep the conversation alive that time of night?
Because it was convenient to do so. We were both awake.
Say again?
We were both awake.
You didn't know that because you asked her if she's asleep.
No. At 21:43, she sent a laughing emoji. Your question is, why do I engage at that point in time? I'm saying...
No, I'm asking, why did you feel the need to reignite the conversation? Because you said maybe she's asleep. That's why you asked the question. Shame you are sleeping.
It was a way of establishing whether she's asleep or not, and further to test whether she could still engage further. Then indeed, she responds at page 1174, 2208, no, andikalali, bendisalungiselela for tomorrow. No, I am not asleep. I was still preparing for tomorrow.
That's correct, JP.
Then I said okay to that.
It is also recorded that you asked her to delete the messages.
Yes, and she did likewise.
Say again?
And she did likewise. She encouraged us to delete these messages.
But we now know she did not delete the messages.
Come again, ma'am?
We now know she did not delete the messages because we have the messages.
She must have deleted.
No, we have the messages.
No, she must have deleted. I tried showing you exactly that.
I'm not talking about the few. I'm saying, you say that she did delete the messages. That means everything.
No, I'm not saying everything. I'm just saying, your question is based on my question, shame ulele, and I say I was establishing whether she was asleep or not. Direct interpretation. And she understood likewise. When she says, no, I'm not yet asleep, I'm preparing for tomorrow. I don't see where the problem is. Please point it out to me so that I can assist the tribunal.
I'm asking you asked her to delete the messages. You deleted all the conversations, is that correct?
Let's go for where it is said. Remember to delete, please. That is at 22:22. She responds at 22:24. I have long time. For what, I ask? When this bout of conversation is over, and then at 1175, page 1175, at 22:25, I delete all texts. My current phone that I'm using has not sufficient space. I don't have memory card. No need to worry. So I'm saying, at the level of our understanding, both of us understood that there has to be some deletion. And I was assured.
That might be your view, that you understood her to understand that it must be deleted, but she did not delete it because we have the messages here.
You say she did not delete?
I'm saying she did not delete these messages that you requested her to delete.
I will keep on going back, maybe for the last time, because I don't want to unnecessarily prolong these proceedings. Let's go to page 1166. We are still involved in this inquisitorial inquiry, and maybe let me just mention one thing. All or more of these experts are free to come back at your instance, Advocate Skeepers, or at the instance of whosoever. But I'm just mentioning that in passing. Let me go back to 1166. I am saying she sent me a picture, to which I commented stylish. But we don't have a trace of that, which therefore means that she did delete and deleted reference to message deleted, which I never did.
The complainant disputes that, and we don't have any evidence to the contrary on that.
But it's quite clear here, objectively speaking, it's quite clear that I could not comment to a non-existent picture. We see it. It was sent by her. It is not something uploaded from a status picture, which she gave the tribunal to understand. It is not correct. So it is from that premise, ma'am, that I say there was deletion. Also, I have already mentioned it when I say she said at page 1172, 2126, actually it's 70% when adding the other one. 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So when you delete, this message was deleted. With me, that is what is happening. But with her, you don't even see a trace of this message was deleted. But at least for now, and based on what I've just said, it should be determinable with a measure of relative ease that she did delete, because I would never have commented to a non-existent picture. Ma'am, that is my short answer.
You requested her to delete these messages because you realized that it was inappropriate. Is that
No,
correct?
I explained myself in my affidavit. And she too, at some point, raised the very same notion. Shall I refer the tribunal to page 92 of the consolidated bundle? The starting point to my answer is that we were ad idem that there should be deletion. At some point, deep into the conversations, she encouraged me to also delete. She said, "Are you deleting these things?" Because the communication was deeply sensual at that point. Page 92, paragraph 49. When Ms. Mengo makes allegations of messages allegedly sent by me, but does not attach screenshots thereof, I do not have independent recollection of such messages, especially because they were deleted. I'm saying then, and I qualify it, due to the fact that my family does have access to my phone, leaving me in a position where I may not proffer a meaningful response. Now, I put those in brackets, but the dominant fact is that I had a reason to delete. So what is the question? Please remind me.
The reason is because it is inappropriate.
I disagree. I disagree. And maybe it is at this point where I would like to register my view about things. That at some point there may be disagreement because the question is posed from a moral perspective. At some point, it may not necessarily be the position, but I wish to remind you, the issue here is whether these chats were welcome or unwelcome.
I agree with you. That is what we are trying to establish.
Yes, and therefore, within that context, I am saying, let's steer clear of moral issues. And maybe it is opportune stage, with your permission, Chairperson. You will steer me in the right direction.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wish to say something, maybe for the last time. So we now know that in terms of the law of South Africa, at the center of it is whether conduct is welcome or unwelcome in the context of sexual harassment. The standard is legal and objective, not based on private morality or religious codes. Whether a person believes in adultery, does not condone it, thinks it's sinful, or thinks their conduct was not adultery is completely immaterial. Those are moral, theological concerns, not legal ones. Going back to why we are here, the issue is whether the conduct was welcome or unwelcome. So, the use of the word appropriate will always have a context. If my feeling is that a moral issue is being raised, I will answer accordingly.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
The complainant testified that once you knew that she was deleting the messages, it gave you the confidence to continue in the same manner.
Come again. Once you knew?
That the complainant testified that once you knew that she was deleting the messages because she now told you that she is going to delete it, that gave you the confidence to continue in the manner that you were continuing.
Indeed. That made me understand that we are on par, we are ad idem on the topic at hand. We are flirting at this level where we were. It's an introductory, flirtatious thing, or at least at the level at which it was at the relevant point in time.
That conversation continued until 11:30 that night. Is that correct? Almost 11:30. That is on
According to-
1177,
Oh, 1177. Oh, yes.
2335.
Oh, yes. It continued. I even sent a funny video laughing at it. She likewise responded to the video. What is his problem? Maybe akakwazi. I defer to superior wisdom.
What is his problem? Maybe akakwazi. Maybe he can't or he's not able.
I can't remember exactly what this conversation was about, but what I can see from what is stated here, it is a funny video. We are both laughing at it at that particular point in time. And all she says is, it doesn't look like this person is skillful in what they are doing. So yes, it was 2239. And then in response, 2335, there's that emoji.
That was an hour after her last message to you. You wanted to reignite the conversation again at that stage.
Yes,
So there was an hour silence.
indeed.
Now, given your years of experience as a presiding officer and a legal person, do you agree that the mere fact that she did not directly refuse or block you does not equate to consent to this type of conversation?
As a judicial officer, putting myself in the situation, even if it means I must be a judge in my own cause, all I can say is the question of how you establish consent is based on context.
I agree with you.
And therefore, I'm not sure whether you are saying there was a misjudgment on my part. I'm not exactly sure what you are trying to establish. What are you trying to establish, ma'am?
The fact that she did not directly say, refuse you or blocked you in this initial conversation does not mean that she truly consented.
In my view, it does not mean that the conversations were unwanted. I'm just talking now at a social level and invoking logic.
You testified that the tribunal must listen to your take of the version of what was meant by the chat. Is that correct?
Not necessarily so. I'm saying the tribunal must look at everything that's happening. The tribunal must even traverse the fact that this very complaint, when it was lodged, bulk of information was not placed before the commission. From what I heard seated here, there's something like 1539 1593 minus 1539, it means 13 minus 9 is equal to something, and then 8 minus 3 is equal to 5. So it means there's quite a chunk of information that did not serve before the JCC, that was not lodged as part of the complaint. I am saying judgment on the part of the tribunal should be based on everything, things done and things not done that were supposed to have been done, lies, fabrication, and the motive thereof.
They must also look at the complainant's side. Her version is that this conversation was not flirtatious. She was embarrassed and did not want to engage with you.
They must also look at the incongruities in her presentation, vacillation in the sense that we've got a complaint where she said certain things. The tribunal must also look at the fact that those things that are there are not consistent with her testimony. They must look at everything. Or at least you're asking me if as a judge what I would do. That's what I would do.
She did not understand this as ukumutsa, as you put it Monday. She understood this as sexual harassment, and that is why she laid this complaint.
She's incorrect. An allegation is an allegation. I see the shape of these proceedings from time to time. Even the chairperson had to interject. When something is said about somebody has been threatened, the way in which the tribunal is addressed, it's as if it has happened. The same approach is adopted, which is that because she is alleging, then it means that sexual harassment. I have previously mentioned that the fact that she lodges a complaint, it is an allegation. It does not necessarily mean it is correct. Otherwise, it would be a far cry from the jurisprudence of this country, which is that somebody is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This should apply even to sexual harassment complaints. The notion of once somebody complains that they are being harassed, therefore it means you must be treated in a particular fashion. You must be ostracized. The media must demonstrate that here is this person. You've got journalists who are going to say, this person is filthy. How can you invite this person to come and talk as part of a panel at the University of Fort Hare, and so on and so forth? I would appeal to you at least, and maybe this sounds personal, that my view, and this, if this is repeated, I will keep on repeating it. The fact that she has lodged a complaint of sexual harassment in circumstances where I believe it has been made demonstrably clear that there were lies in material respects does not mean that there was indeed sexual harassment. That's a matter for argument.
I never said that there is sexual harassment proved here. I said she understood this as sexual harassment. That was all that I said.
Yes, but I'm saying you are pursuing that in this proposition and in our engagement. And I'm saying that proposition, with due respect, is fallacious. It has yet to be proven. So I've said a lot of other things within the context of what must be proved. For instance, what happens if somebody lies in material respects? Is that really a complaint? But I don't want to be a lawyer in my own case. I don't want to take it beyond that.
Maybe I should say this. JP, you can rest assured that whatever people may think, whatever the court of public opinion may think, when a person is accused of sexual harassment,
Yes.
in this tribunal, there's no point of departure which says the person is guilty. Because otherwise the proceedings would be a charade.
Yes.
Otherwise the outcome would have been determined already.
Yes.
And I can give you an assurance that irrespective of what the public opinion thinks about this case,
Yes.
irrespective of what anybody may think about this case, we are going, first let me say, we don't view you as being guilty already, as you worry. Irrespective of what the court of public opinion may think, irrespective of whosoever may think what, we are going to decide this case on the facts before us and in terms of the law, irrespective of who may think what. You can rest assured.
Thank you very much for the assurance. And I would like to say I should never be interpreted as saying anything about the tribunal itself. I am actually addressing myself to questions that are posed. And I defer. I trust the tribunal. I trust the decision makers. But what the point I am making is that there's something like here in Xhosa, kungaqhuma kubasiwe.
Once where there's smoke, there's definitely fire. That's the direct translation.
Yes. I'm trying to engage Advocate Skeepers at the level of propositions that are made to me. I'm trying to steer her from the pathway that I believe she's seeking to walk on. Thank you very much for the assurance, Chairperson.
I think we should understand properly the role that Advocate Skeepers is to play here. I think she's the leader of evidence in a very difficult case. And I think we should, until the contrary is indicated, accept that she's doing her best and to be fair, to be as fair as she can possibly be. For the rest, everything else remains with us as member of the panel. We are literate. We can read and write. That's why we're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here.
Yes.
We're going to read every single message. Yes. And understand it in the way that we are capable of understanding that message.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Advocate Skeepers, for engaging me so that I even got to a point where I addressed how I see things. It is not meant to...
JP, I'm going to interrupt you. The floor is mine.
Thank you.
And the floor shall be mine.
Thank you.
I think the clarifications have been made, and I think we should go back to the case.
Thank you. Sorry for interposing.
You also understand that I have to put the version and what the complainant her views to you. That is part of cross-examination.
I understand that you've got to put to her all her versions. Number one, you've got to put to me all her versions.
And that is what I'm doing.
No matter how you may feel about those versions insofar as they are incompatible. I agree.
Now, even when you had the slightest doubt on whether or not this was consensual from both parties, because if we have a look at the messages, it is not clear that she was a willing party to this. As a senior judge, when you had the slightest doubt, you should have stopped the engagement.
Which doubt are you addressing yourself to? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. Fortunately, we are at page 93 of the consolidated document. Chairperson.
Yeah, Advocate Skeepers, I'm not comfortable with the way you formulate your questions. And I raised this thing yesterday. You say it is clear from the messages that what?
Oh, let me rephrase it. The complainant testified that the way she responded was a way for her to inform you or to show you that she did not want these messages. She did not know how to voice that to you.
I have disagreed with that, at least that part of the question. But there is the question that resulted in me going to page 93, because you were beginning to, with the way I see it, you said something about a senior judge. You were beginning to say as a judge what. So I was quick to refer to paragraph 50, but let me restrain myself because I would like to hear you on this issue about me being a senior judge in the context of what we are about.
Unless Advocate Skeppers feels otherwise.
Yes.
You are about to refer to a certain page, and then I interjected. And Advocate Skeppers understood my interjection, and that should put paid to any need to refer to page 93.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And then we can now move forward.
Thanks.
Advocate Skeppers.
Thank you, Chair. You also testified yesterday that you can read the room and you qualified that. For instance, when someone keeps quiet or does not respond for a long time, that can mean that they are not so willing to engage in the conversation. That was what you testified.
That can't be accurate. I'm simply saying silence is silence in a situation where something has been raised, in a situation where somebody is free to say, no, I don't want to engage.
Why do you say it cannot be accurate? That is what you testified.
Can you please read what question was posed and the answer, because I'm not keeping notes. I would like to get context to what was being discussed.
You testified on the WhatsApp messages to say that you realized that, or your view was that it was welcome.
Yes.
It was from both sides.
Yes.
And then you qualified this to say that you can read the room.
Yes.
For instance, when someone keeps quiet, this is your words.
Yes.
When someone keeps quiet or does not respond for a long time, that can mean that they are not so willing to engage in the conversation.
It does not necessarily mean that.
That is what you testified.
No, I'm just saying thank you for engaging me in relation to that. I don't want to necessarily backtrack. I'm simply saying context is everything. If, for instance, somebody is going to keep quiet during the night and this person is the first to greet me the following morning, it may negate the suggestion that she was unhappy on the previous night. So there are various scenarios and there can't be absolutes when it comes to this. So that's why I'm saying, even if you quote me, context is everything.
Yes, context is important. Even Dr. Docrat said that. We can now move to the 9th of June.
Page?
That is 1178.
1178. Yes.
There you initiated the conversation on that morning.
Oh, yes, correct? I did.
And that was at 5:33 in the morning.
Absolutely, yes.
Why do you think that this is appropriate to WhatsApp her that's this early in the morning?
Because there's nothing inappropriate with that. It's a matter of convenience. I think there was a similar question. I answered it in a similar way. My answer will not change.
You did not receive a response after that?
Yes.
For 4.5 hours?
True.
And then you sent a message again at 10:10.
Yes.
Why are you so quiet?
Yes.
Still you don't receive a response?
Yes.
4 minutes later.
Yes.
You then again start a messenger. Maybe you woke up late. So you are probing her. You are trying to get a response from her.
Indeed.
The complainant eventually replied at 11:08, stating that she had been busy.
I see that.
This was clearly, according to her, this was clearly an attempt to indicate that she was not available for conversation. She did not want to engage in conversation.
That is not what the answer conveys. That is not my understanding. And indeed, once she says, well, I got busy, at 11:10, I said, chat much later. And indeed, because it was during working hours. And I further said, if circumstances permit, this is what I said at 17:05, meaning that there was a lapse of time between 11 and 17 hours.
where she did not respond to you.
No, talking about me, ma'am, 11:78. At 11:10, I then say in response to her, when she says, morning, I woke up early, but I got busy. And then I say at 11:10, because I must have been busy. We will chat much later. This is me talking. That's 11. And then some hours down the line at 17:04, I then say, if circumstances permit.
That is what I said. There was no reply from her in between your two messages.
Yes, I've said yes, that is indeed so. But I'm also indicating to you that there was this chat within the context of you saying, if she doesn't respond, it means she didn't like it. Which
I did not say that now.
You are no longer saying it.
No, I said I did not say that now.
All right. Ma'am, can you remind me then what the real question was? Because if I went astray, I would like to assist the tribunal.
I was still getting to the question.
Oh, sorry then.
Despite this, when you kept on asking her or messaging her, you persisted messaging her later in the day, and the complainant testified when she gave evidence here that she intentionally delayed responding as she was uncomfortable with your messages and was hoping to avoid engagement. That is what she testified.
I'm listening to you.
Do you dispute
telling
that?
the tribe. I'm not disputing what you say she said, but I'm waiting for the question.
She further indicated that your continued attempts to engage her were unwelcome and irritating.
I disagree. That is not borne out by the chats and the context and everything else.
Now, when you said if circumstances permit, that was because you saw that she's not responding now to your messages. This appears to be a further attempt to keep the conversation going despite her lack of engagement.
You will see I communicated with her at 11:10. I must have gotten busy. And then I had said, well, we will chat much later. That's how I expressed myself. And then I realized that at 17:04, which is 4 minutes past 5 p.m., then I said, let me qualify what I said earlier on. If circumstances permit, I was qualifying what I had said.
And then she further told you that she's still busy at work.
And I said, sorry.
Indicating to you that she doesn't want to talk to you. She's busy.
No, it doesn't mean she doesn't want to talk to me. I disagree with that proposition.
That is what she testified.
Yes, indeed. I can't dispute that. That is what she said. But I'm saying, still busy at work. That's what she says. And then I say, okay, okay, at 17:25, which means I understood that she was still busy.
And then there was no reply from her. And 3 hours later, almost, you then replied again to say, oh, shame, maybe you are sleeping.
There's no reply from her to what?
Okay, to your okay. At 17:25, there's no reply from her.
There's no need for one to reply to, okay, let's go back. Still busy at work, and I say, okay. So what response should that elicit? I don't understand.
Let me put it this way. There was no messages from her.
Indeed so.
And then you said, oh, maybe you are asleep, shame.
Correct.
Did this not show you that she did not want to engage in conversation with you?
I disagree.
Chair, I see it's almost 11. Maybe it's an opportune time to take a tea break.
Yes, we'll come back at quarter past 11. Thank you. JP, you are still under oath.
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. If we go to the 10th of June 2021, that's on 1179.
1179.
Yes.
Yes.
Up until this stage, the complainant had not initiated any conversations on any of the days before.
True.
And
At
despite
least from what I'm seeing, yes.
yes. And despite her lack of engagement, you again chose to initiate conversation,
Correct.
contact with her.
Yes.
And you commented on a photo of her by saying shoe.
10 June 2021, I did at 20:04.
That is correct. And it has not been disputed that such a reaction can be interpreted as a comment suggesting the photo is sexually attractive or provocative. It was translated during the evidence as something being hot. That was the translation that we got. And it was never disputed.
You mean shoe?
Yes.
That it may connote something that is sexual in nature?
It was, yes, something being hot. That was the translation and it was not disputed.
I'm actually expressing my appreciation there for what I was seeing. I'm expressing my appreciation for what I was seeing on her status picture.
And then there was no conversations really further except for the emojis that you both sent to each other up until the 15th of June.
Correct.
So 5 days later.
Correct, yes.
So this lack of response, can we not see from that she had a disinterest or discomfort in engaging with you?
Response to what?
And the fact that she did not engage with you for 5 days.
I don't agree with you. On 10 June, I expressed appreciation. At 20:04, at 2015, she responds with a winking emoji. We've got an idea of what it may mean. I understood it to be flirtatious, nevertheless. Then next to that, there's a laughing one with tongue out. I reciprocated at 21:25. So the conversation was started by me. There is nothing of moment. So she could resuscitate. I could resuscitate. I'm the initiator. As you say, 15 days down the line, I initiated a conversation.
I did not say 15 days. I said for 5 days. There were no conversation between the two of you.
Sorry, from 10 to the 15th of June, yes, there were none.
Did that not show you that she did not want to engage in conversation with you?
No.
All right, then let's turn to the 15th of June.
Yes.
Once again, it's you initiating the conversation at 2 minutes past 8 that
Correct.
evening.
Correct.
Would you agree that this is an inappropriate time to send messages?
I disagree. I've previously said it's a matter of convenience, and you've got to check with the other person whether it's convenient with them as well, regardless of time, as long as it does not impede on work.
And this reply of yours can be seen as light-hearted.
Which one?
That emoji of yours.
That emoji.
That
which
laughing emoji. It's light-hearted.
The one at 20:02?
Yes.
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 But I did explain it at some point. At a social level, perhaps let's read it. Ndisemhle ekujikeni kwelanga. This is the complainant status message.
The direct translation of that, Chair, would be, I am still beautiful in the afternoon hours.
That is a message referred to everybody, including me, because I am not barred from viewing her status pictures. And the answer, well, the response, it was more a light-hearted chat, as you say, but more pertinently, I found it a bit immodest for one to talk about themselves. But as you say, I agree with you. It's a light one.
And in reply to your light-hearted message, the complainant then responded by attempting to redirect the conversation towards a professional topic. She made the exchange work-related.
Let's read it. Motion court was getting on my nerves. And then there's this emoji. It may mean a number of things depending on context, yes. Knocked off not so long ago. So, if that's a response within seconds, because there's 2002 within seconds, there's 2002. I don't agree that she was avoiding being engaged in a flirtatious chat, if I understood the question correctly.
Well,
By saying that, I don't understand her to be saying, let's not talk about something else. I want us to talk about this one.
She said that she wanted to keep it professional. It's work-related. So we have to read into it according to her that she wanted to maintain a professional boundary between the two of you.
I did not understand it that way.
Now, taking into account her previous non-responsiveness, she's not really replying to your messages for 5 days. There were no messages. And in fact, and the fact that she did not respond, it was strictly, and when she responded, it was strictly within work context. Would you not agree that she was consistently trying to avoid personal or informal interaction?
I disagree.
During this conversation, you made a remark about her work ethics, which you testified made her feel seen and acknowledged. So you wanted her to feel nice about herself.
Let's go to the relevant portion. Not that I'm saying there's nothing like that, because we need to know the page and the time.
That would be on 1180,
Yes.
where at 10 minutes past 8.
Where I say niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi.
Yes. And the translation that we got is, I know you, you work.
Plural, ndiyanazi.
Can I give the direct translation,
Yes.
Advocate? The direct translation of niyasebenza ke nina ndiyanazi, you in plural form, or we might as well put it this way, I know you guys, you work hard.
Yes, that's a translation that you got. So you were commenting on her, not only her, but her and her judges' work ethics, the way that they are working. They work
Absolutely,
hard.
yes.
So she felt appreciated and seen.
Yeah. And the judge too, I must confess, she was one of the judges who delivered in my division, especially during COVID.
That's what the complainant also testified, that during COVID they were a team that worked very hard.
Indeed, so when most people were fearful of getting anywhere near the courtroom, she was valiantly availing herself and going to court. So it's plural. I acknowledged both the judge and her.
Would you agree that while appearing complimentary, this can be seen as a strategic way to break down professional boundaries and create familiarity, as Lisa Witten has testified?
I disagree.
The complainant further testified that even though your message referred to her work, it felt inappropriate given the circumstances. Specifically, that you had your own secretary and that any official communication regarding her performance could and should have been conveyed through the appropriate channels, and she indicated that should be through her judge.
I disagree with the proposition insofar as it seeks to set out a particular protocol in relation to how people should converse with who and how and when. It's a lengthy question loaded with a number of things, but I have elected to say I disagree.
The complainant felt that you needed to convey work-related messages through her judge, and do you accept that your decision to communicate with her directly work-related, late at night, and in a personal manner bypass these professional norms?
I disagree. Nothing prevented me from talking about anything with the complainant, including work-related things. I did not need the permission of somebody else, even to appreciate her work ethic.
If we go to 16 June, that is on 1182. You agree with me, 16 June is a public holiday and there's no work-related reason for communication on that day?
Correct. There's no, I agree only that 16 June is a public holiday. I'm not sure about the second half of the question. What is it?
That there's no reason, work-related reason for communication on that day?
There's no work-related reason.
Yes.
I disagree.
We don't see any work-related conversations on this day.
No, what I'm saying is I disagree. I agree that it was a public holiday, but I disagree that because it was a public holiday, then I had to be measured in how I communicate with whosoever, including the complainant. I could communicate about anything. Then whoever then I'm communicating with, it was available to them to say, I don't want to talk to you. Then I would understand.
All right, but if we look at these messages on the 16th of June, there was no work-related issues to be discussed on that day. Do you agree with me?
There was no work-related issues as a matter of what? As a matter of tradition or as a matter of etiquette? I don't understand the question.
There was no conversations, work-related conversations.
Oh, so on 16 June, there were no work-related conversations. Let me look at it, because I need to read
When
it.
you started the conversation, there was nothing that you needed to discuss with her work-related.
Why not? I disagree, ma'am.
Show us where you needed to discuss
No,
work-related
no, I'm
issues
just
with her.
saying on 16 June, I see her status and I comment thereon. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's a social issue. And there I express appreciation for what I was seeing. If I remember well, it was a zip line or some zip line. And then she says, it is a stress reliever. And then I say uneasy because I've got phobia when it comes to heights. She laughs at that. And then she stress Sandoni, what is this stress about? And then a work-related topic is introduced by her.
By her?
Yes.
Yes.
A work-related issue which has got context. True, I act strong but am in shreds, in all honesty, after the court manager.
After she told you about the fact that this is a stress reliever and she had stress about this interaction with the court manager, she testified that she was seeing a psychologist as a result of her interaction with the court manager. She took this opportunity to tell you that she has stress. That's correct. She is telling you that she has stress.
Yes.
She testified that the reason she wanted to inform you that she has stress is because she told you about this incident between herself and the court manager, and she did not receive any feedback on that issue.
I took measures to try some form of reconciliation. There's evidence not only in my affidavit, but oral evidence through my secretary, at least for now, that I did take some steps to try and have persons that we share space with reconcile with one another. I could have done that even if I had been a watchman, if I caught wind of it.
A what?
Even if I had been a watchman in that building and I catch wind of the fact that there are two people who are not seeing eye to eye.
The conversation on that day went quite far about her emotional well-being and the trauma related to this workplace incident. There's a few pages dealing with that.
Yes.
Now, in this context, seeing what she said here, do you accept that she was emotionally vulnerable at this stage because she told you that she is stressed out?
Yeah. She says, and could we please have an interpretation? At 1701 at page 1182. True, I act strong but am in shreds because I ask, what is this stress about? In all honesty, after ndithukwe ngu-court manager, I'm literally pushing myself otherwise and in him. So she says, after I had been insulted by the court manager, I find myself in this situation. So here I am being engaged in this, and as you say, it points to her being in shreds, or
Vulnerable.
she says, I don't feel being myself. Then I respond and say, because I can't now apportion time, whether it was before or after the office interaction. But it was my attempt at demonstrating that as JP, I don't want to be drawn into this dispute, basically. So in terms of my power being invoked, I was exiting and saying, please. But at the same time, I thought it wise to give some few words of advice.
And the reason why you gave her advice is because you could see that she is emotionally vulnerable because of that situation at this stage.
I could not see her, I did not see her, but from the conversation, purely from the conversation's perspective.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. Despite this, knowing that she's emotionally vulnerable, you
Advocate Skippers, where do you, we see stress?
Yes.
Where do you get vulnerability?
At one
Is that your own interpretation of being stressed?
she says, I'm literally pushing myself. Otherwise, I'm not my normal self. That's what she says.
She's not saying she's vulnerable. Where do you get vulnerability?
I will put it to you that she says she's stressed and she's not a normal self.
Yes, the conversation establishes that, but let's pause a bit. Sorry to have to do this. My own assessment of the situation was that insofar as it had been indicated that the court manager had insulted her, I did not want to downplay that, but at the same time, I did not want to upplay that. And I did not want to be involved as a JP in any event. So I can't take it beyond that.
And as a person that wanted a personal relationship with her,
What
didn't
of
you
it?
want to get involved there to try and assist her?
No,
Because
but
you
then,
wanted to pursue a relationship with her.
but then that's exactly my point. Insofar as I am dragged into a dispute, we just have an idea of this dispute because there's this so-called initial complaint. Insofar as I was being drawn into that as JP, I exited.
Thank you. Then, after you've spoken about this dispute and how she should react to that, giving her advice, at 1715, at 1188, 1715, when the complainant said to you that she will try and get better.
1180?
Say again?
1180 what?
88.
Oh, there's quite a jump, but it's fine.
Do you want us to go through all the messages?
That is not what I'm suggesting, but I'm saying I will go to 1188, but if need be, please be tolerant with me because I may have to move back a bit for context's sake.
Thank you. When the complainant said she would try to feel better, I'll get better. You replied by saying you would be happy and give her a hug.
Yes.
Was this
Well, I said I'll be happy, and then I sent that emoji that I believe expresses happiness and give you a hug.
with a hug emoji?
Yes, that is correct.
So was this an offer of physical comfort?
Was it an offer of physical comfort? Yes. Yes.
The complainant testified that at that point she momentarily melted because she felt understood and comforted, and she recognized that she needed a hug for emotional support. That's what she testified.
I'm listening. What is the question?
Now, seeing that she already told you that she is stressed and she's not herself, do you not see that this is inappropriate to invite or to make suggestive or flirtatious comments?
A hug is a hug. What it generates between a man and a woman is a matter of logic and biology. So a hug can serve as a stress reliever, but that is what she invited me to do.
Why do you say she invited
She
you to
says,
do that?
she says, and she, if you look at 1188, after 1715, the latter is exciting, mhlambe kungangcono.
Sorry, say again, where are you?
Page 1188.
Yeah. At 17?
1715.
Yeah.
Let's start here. She says, at first, at 1715, you are disciplined. Once you have a principle, you'll be like an eagle. And then thereafter, dealing with my earlier statement, I'll be happy, and I show something about happiness and give you a hug. Her response at the bottom of 1188, maybe let's go for 1189, at 1716, with a dancing emoji, also with a hug, that's reciprocation. The latter is exciting. Mhlambi kungangcono. Maybe it would be better if I get a hug.
Maybe it would be better, yes. That's the direct translation.
Yes, and she explained while she testified that at that moment she realized that she needed a hug because of her emotional state.
I hear your statement in relation to how he testified.
And after that, you took it further. You made it more suggestive.
Yes.
Because then you said, as long as it won't generate warmth.
Yes. But then we must remember that this was a telephone chat, a cellular phone chat. I don't even know where she was. She might have been in Makanda. I may have been in Umtata or Gqeberha for that matter. So that is now what flirtation and chats are about. When people talk, yet they are 200 kilometers apart, it is not that at that very moment, then I was there, but I understand what you are saying. Or I hear what you are saying.
She replied, when you said as long as it won't generate warmth, she replied to say, how is that possible? Because she testified that a hug is warm. So she was making it not, she was taking it away from flirtatious conversation according to her evidence. Because a hug is warm, because it's two people hugging each other.
Yes, of the opposite sex, at least to begin with. Then she says, how is that possible? She says that laughingly. There are two laughing emojis there.
Yes, she said, it is a laughing matter because if you hug someone, there is warmth involved.
True. We are on par.
And she said that it's not sexual warmth, it's warmth because two people hugging each other. That's what she testified.
Yes, I'm just saying that is possible depending on how the hug is meted out, but basically a hug can lead to a number of things. That's why I say as long as it won't generate warmth. But still, I concede in a flirtatious context.
From your side, yes.
True.
She testified that she was not flirtatious, and then you continued to say it could, meaning it could generate warmth.
And then later on I say, please come up front. I would like you to express yourself freely in relation to that. Then,
Meaning that she did not come up front because she did not want to give you an answer.
no, I did not understand it that way. Certainly not if regard is had to the conversation as embodied here. Because also she says, we'll see. We'll see means sawubona. In other words, we will test it when it eventually happens.
That reply of hers, we'll see with the laughing faces and the see no evil monkeys, was described during evidence here before the tribunal as an attempt to deflect discomfort without directly confronting you because she did not know how to confront you, according to her evidence.
Yes, that was testified to by an expert. I'm not going to comment on the quality of her evidence and everything else. I restrain myself from doing that. But the reason why I'm raising it is, yes, somebody would like to read something after the fact. The very same person that you're talking about never consulted me when, as a matter of law, he was supposed to do that.
We have two versions on that, the complainant's version as well, and the expert.
I was not addressing necessarily that. What I'm saying is, you are correct, there is an expert who testified. But then I'm also saying, she testified, she never consulted with me. As a matter of law, she should have done that. And that would have given weight to what she was saying.
Do you understand that emojis and vague responses are not an indication of consent or reciprocation, but possibly a coping mechanism in an uncomfortable situation like the complainant testified? She was trying to cope.
Cope with what?
The messages.
How so? I don't understand.
She
what
did
you're
not
saying.
know how to respond to you and you kept on messaging her.
No, but from what I'm seeing here, it is a far cry from the proposition that you are making, at least where I'm seated. And as I peruse things, as I peruse these pages and seeing what was happening at that moment.
The complainant testified that your original comment about giving the hug was acceptable, but your subsequent remarks made the interaction, according to her, inappropriate.
I disagree.
Why did you not stop after you offered her support with regards to the interaction with the court manager? Why did you continue with this conversation?
Why did I not? Why did I stop doing what?
Messaging the complainant.
Because I never gleaned from the interaction that she was unhappy or that the conversations were unwelcome. And indeed, from a reading of what was happening, for instance, at 1190, sometimes some things are better when not said, sawubona, and so on and so forth.
Meaning she did not want to talk.
No,
she
that's
did not
not
want to say things.
No, that's not what it means.
It can mean that. It can mean that some things are better not said because she knew that she had to respect you.
I disagree. I disagree with the interpretation that you are giving. From the perspective that I am saying, insofar as whether these chats were welcome or unwelcome, I have not come across anything conveyed to me that should make me believe that it is unwelcome. Even at the point where we are at 1190. I don't regard what she was saying there as a rebuff. On the contrary, I believed that I was being led on. That is me. That is how I saw it.
She further testified that she felt that you were using these suggestive remarks to gain her attention in a way that made her uncomfortable. That's what she testified.
I hear you say she did. Yes, noted. In other words, I'm saying I note what you are saying as to what she was saying. Of course, you've not put any question to me.
Do you agree with that or not?
No, I don't agree with the statement. That's why I'm engaging you, just to be sure where we are, because I don't want to be misquoted.
Then the conversation became more sexual. When
Correct.
you asked at 17:24, are you quick to mouth?
Correct?
What exactly did you mean by that question?
A hug generates warmth that may result in a sensual type of interaction at that particular point in time.
Sensual or sexual?
I just say sensual to begin with.
But it could also lead to sexual, according to what you wanted.
Come again?
What you wanted. That is what you were interested in, and you wanted a sexual relationship out of this.
I was flirting with her. I was exploring the possibility of a romantic relationship. I thought I said that.
Then she did not respond to you immediately, because we can see that you then asked her, talk to me. You were prompting her to give a response to what you just asked her.
Yes, indeed, because I wanted to be sure that we are together. Or we were together.
You wanted to pressure her to give you an answer. That's what she testified.
No, I was
When
not
she did not-
pressurizing her
Can I finish
into
my
giving an
question?
answer.
Can I finish my question?
Sorry?
She testified that on numerous occasions when she kept quiet, you would keep on asking her the same question, and that is why she responded the way she responded, because she knew that you wanted a certain answer. Otherwise, you would not stop. And we can see that in the history of
What
the
is the
messages.
question then, ma'am?
The complainant did not respond immediately. Her silence should have indicated that she did not want to answer, but you kept on pressurizing her for an answer. Talk to me.
What is the question?
Why did you keep on pressuring her?
I was not pressurizing her.
You were.
I disagree.
The complainant testified that when someone keeps pressing her for an answer, it becomes annoying to her. She felt compelled to respond the way she thought you wanted her to respond. That is why she said depends.
I disagree. I actually engaged her pertinently and I said, please open up. Let's talk about it. Are you quick to melt? Talk to me about it. Then she says it depends. So it's sensual in that context.
From your side, but not from her. She knew, according to what she testified, that you would not be satisfied with another answer. That is why she answered the way she answered.
That is what she's saying. My view is it is not borne out by these conversations immediately before, during, and immediately thereafter. Because there's temperature, there is things like marinade work before the heat on the same night.
She further testified that she realized that this conversation is now heading into, and this is her words during testimony, disgusting direction. Yet you persisted. And when she didn't respond in depth because she said, depends, then you asked her at a stage, are you still thinking?
I will answer this question the same way I did, and I'm saying you better read the entire conversation. It is during the same night that she said it would mean the marinade worked before the heat. It is the same night where she said, stop wriggles. She was saying to me, please be explicit. She was saying to me that is not disputed, and many other things that I don't want to necessarily deal with. But I'm trying to say, within the context of that discussion, she did not convey to me the understanding that you are postulating and proposing to me. That's why I disagree with what you are saying.
She testified that she tried to steer the conversation away from the line of questioning by saying that she was cooking, indicating that she was distracted and not interested in engaging in your suggestive questions. And she was questioned at length by the chair to ask, did you mean oven temperature? Did you mean it the literal way or the figuratively? And she said, literally. The marinade means marinade, because she wanted to steer it away from the way you wanted the conversation.
That is a riddle. in this context. I did not understand it that way. I didn't understand it that way, especially if you continue and read what was being discussed. It is at that very same night where she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word surprise.
After all these messages that happened between the two of you, she testified that the nature of your messages made her feel like she was already undressed.
I
at that
disagree.
stage.
I disagree with the notion that she felt undressed, because there's nothing that I said, the effect of which would be to cause her to feel undressed. We were just engaged in a flirtatious discussion. And from that discussion, and based on what I am seeing here, I disagree that those chats were unwanted.
Then you continue in all your conversations, you continue to re-ask questions by replying on your own questions. If we go to 1192, you replied with a hearing aid on your question if you happen to have melted step 1.
Yes.
You wanted to take her back to that conversation when she wanted to steer it away.
Correct. Yes.
Meaning you demanded an answer.
I was not demanding an answer. I was engaging her in a flirtatious discussion, and she ended up being engaged therein, and she never gave me to understand that she did not want the chats in the manner in which they unfolded. And I'm saying that in the context of what was discussed prior to where you are pointing to, during, and thereafter.
The complainant replied to that hearing aid with the laughing emojis, and she testified that was just emojis that she used, just to give an answer. You still were not satisfied with her answer, because you said again, at 17:34, she replied to your message, Dimamele, and the translation we got that time was, I'm listening. Is that correct, Ms. Interpreter?
Yes, that's correct. Correct.
Again, you are still prompting her for an answer, because you're not satisfied the way she's answering you.
You can call it prompting, but at the same time, for you to look at it and conclude that it is prompting in the sense that it is unwanted, it does not find support from the very thing that you are pointing to at 1733, because she laughs. And I don't regard that as a rebuff. And I addressed myself in relation to that. Even before we had experts, I poured my heart out on these subjects.
On that question that you posed again, I'm listening, she posted 3 zipped lips emojis, clearly indicating, according to her, that she did not want to engage in conversation with you. She's not saying anything.
No, the context is immediately thereafter. I'm saying when she sends those 3 emojis zipping their mouths, I then say, Teta way to talk to me, and then she sends something laughing. Then thereafter she says, Qala undiqelele ukuba lo step 1 that you are talking about.
First, tell me about the step 1 that you are talking about.
That was
That's the
flirtatious.
translation.
You are jumping over what I'm asking you. You are prompting her to reply to you. In fact, there's 3 messages of you that were deleted.
Where am I?
Again, please speak
All right.
on 1192.
Sorry,
1734, 1735, and 1739. 3 messages of yours have been deleted. So you were continuing messaging her, trying to elicit an answer from her.
Yes.
Now, don't you see that as pressurizing her to answer?
No, not at all.
That is not flirtatious, because it's not coming from her.
I don't see it the way you do.
In the beginning, I put your own words to you, where you said that You can read the room when someone does not answer. You can see that they don't want that. This is clearly an indication that you did not read the room here.
I disagree with you. I didn't see it the way you do. These discussions has got its ebbs and flows from both parties at relevant twists and turns, and it must be considered in its entirety. So it is from that perspective that I disagree with you, Counsel.
When she testified, she said those messages, because I asked her if she could recall what messages were deleted there.
Yes.
She testified that she cannot recall, according to her testimony, some of the messages you deleted included pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick. This made her feel deeply uncomfortable. That is why she did not reply to you.
Could we please deal with 1192 in the context of what you are saying? What date was this, by the way?
16 June.
Yes, 16 June. So she testified in relation to what happened on 16 June. We will need to look at her complaint in relation to what she says happened on the 16th of June. We should consider that together with what she said here.
That is correct.
Yes.
But you know, as a judicial officer, that evidence under oath is tested under cross-examination. She indicated that she did not have assistance drafting her statement, her initial complaint.
I don't believe that what you are saying is correct. She got all the assistance one could have gotten under the sun. Here is why I say that. She was at the office of the OC, at the office of the Chief Justice. I'm not talking about the Chief Justice himself necessarily. I'm talking about the institution. She interacted with a legally qualified person. We were told as to how she was assisted, we know now, in formulating the so-called initial complaint. We also have a clue that the CJ is said to have expressed himself in relation to that, saying, this is not very clear, I'm not happy, or I'm dissatisfied. We know all those things. Now, that background is assistance. Now, sorry, ma'am. Furthermore, we now know, as we sit here, that any person would have been confused as to what was being spoken of, as I was when I was trying to respond to the initial complaint. We know that when eventually the complaint, which is serving before us here, was lodged, we now know that background, that assistance that was rendered, even attempts to steer her in a particular direction. Please, you see, your annexures don't tie in well with what you are saying, and so on and so forth. If that is not assistance, then I don't know what assistance is.
Kutlwano testified that she only typed what the complainant narrated. So that is not assistance in assisting her on what to put in the complaint. That is what I'm referring to. She's the only one that gave the information that is on that statement.
No, ma'am. Kutlwana testified in relation to her role.
Yes.
My understanding of her role was rendering assistance one way or the other. She even, as far as we know now, transmitted to her something like a format. When you eventually lodge this complaint, because the so-called initial one does not seem to have been, to have reached any point where there was pertinent decision, at least speaking from where I am now. So we can't say there was no assistance. It is at that level that I'm saying assistance was rendered. And I don't query that assistance by a legally qualified Ms. Kutlwano Moretle. That is assistance. The fact that upon being told, you see, these annexures don't tie in well with some of your allegations, then eventually she comes with this complaint, which is now serving before us. There are certain paragraphs that are elicited, that are withdrawn or retracted, one of which is about the court manager. then there's a perspective. This is what happened on 14. A day later, this is what happened on 15.
JP,
But what I'm saying
with
is,
all due respect, I think you are now arguing. My question was to say that on that day she testified that she was sent pictures of a sexual nature and she had to pick one of them. That was her evidence during her testimony.
sorry, ma'am. Remember, you said something about assistance. You are saying as a lay person, and then you said something. What I've been trying to explain, I may have gone overboard. And as you say, I may have argued. Put aside that. All I was trying to say is she had all the assistance under the sun. Assistance was rendered. At least I'm dealing with that part of the question. Could I hear and then the rest of the questions?
My initial question was, and then you referred to the statement, this her testimony.
Please don't disrupt proceedings. The interruption has stopped. Can we continue?
Thank you, Chair. According to her evidence, when she testified, she testified that on 1192, when I asked her about these messages that were deleted, she
Yes.
indicated that some of them were pictures of a sexual nature from which she was expected to pick. And this made her feel deeply uncomfortable.
I disagree that that was what happened. We can also compare that with what she said under oath in her affidavit. That is why I at some point said, from time to time, there's something that is said here which flies in the face of what was said, both in the initial so-called complaint and this one. When I say this one and what was testified to here.
She tried to refrain from the discussion. That's what she testified. And then she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
Testifying that she was confused by your reference.
She was, when she said what?
She said that when you said, first tell me about that, she said, first tell me about that step one that you are talking about.
Yes.
She said that she was confused about your reference. We don't know what the conversation was because it is deleted.
Yes.
She testified that she was confused.
Confused about? What confused her?
The reference. She didn't understand the messages.
Which messages? The deleted ones?
She said, first tell me about that step one that you're talking about.
Yes. I see that. And then she says, stop, being what? When I said position one, then she says being, question mark. Then she says stop riddles in a laughing manner. In other words, she's saying, please be explicit. And I regard this as somebody who's saying, man, let's talk business. Let's get into it. Stop riddles. Stop your byways and hedges. Then oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. I hope you'll remember what question was being asked, and hopefully the JP will remember what answer was being given. Just for clarification to the participants and maybe some members of the public in here, you would have noticed that some people barged into the proceedings with some placards, and the Secretariat wanted to find out what the situation is, whether they should be kept out of proceedings and the like. And just as a matter of public information, the Secretariat has been informed that these proceedings are open. Any member of the public can come in and listen as they wish, but they should not come in to come and perform on stage in here, because we are only the people who are authorized to perform on this stage. Members of the public coming in, they can come in and sit in, but they mustn't come and turn this into a theater to perform some activities that would interrupt us. I thought that should be clarified. We are not saying members of the public should not come in, but we have a problem if they come in and perform on the stage. Thank you. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. She was refraining from the discussion by asking, first tell me about that step 1 that you are talking about. That was the last question that you were answering now. And then you replied with position 1, which has a clear sexual undertone.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes. Then she immediately thereafter says, being stop riddles.
Yes, she did reply with a stop riddles. Then you replied, assuming melting occurs evenly, that is continuing this sexual theme.
Correct. And she says that is not disputed in answer at 1753. And then at 1194, she says everything has a name.
So on that, her replies was again to you, reinforcing that question. So position 1 of action. You wanted her to say position 1 of action.
I was engaging her in a sensual discussion, and I did not see any rebuff. I was not made to understand that it was unwelcome.
Now on that response by her from I will go with any, but I like the word surprise that you just mentioned.
Page 1195.
Yes.
Thank you.
You testified about that now. She testified, because I asked about that response of hers. She testified that she responded in this manner because she knew that even if she had said no, you would have continued with this conversation.
That answer that you are referring to, all I can say about it, it is not an expression of unwantedness. On the contrary, it is something that conveys her desire to engage in this type of sensual talks, sexual talks, so to speak. I'll go with whichever position, but there's a word I like, surprise. So the notion that she was not responding when she was saying that is not correct. She was actually conveying a choice in the context of the topic that was being discussed.
On her testimony, the fact that she said that she replied to this because she wanted to exit this conversation can be seen, because after this, there's a lot of messages from you, but none from the complainant on that day.
I disagree.
How can you disagree? We have it here.
No, I disagree with the fact that from what we see here, it is one evincing a determination of not being willing to engage in the topic. She had actually in a very deep way. She had actually been outright, explicitly sexual when she said, I'll go with whichever, but there's a word I like, surprise. That's a pertinent answer. It is as deep as it is. It is flirtatious. It emanates from the complainant.
She agreed that it sounded flirtatious, but she qualified that by giving her evidence in chief when she testified that she told you this because she knew you would not understand any other question and she wanted to get out of this conversation. And I'm putting it to you, that can be seen from the rest of the messages that day. Only messages from you after this, none from the complainant.
I disagree. That statement is not a light statement. It is very explicit. It is highly sexual from the complainant, an adult lady.
And despite her not replying to you further, you continued to saying, but you cannot have a favorite position. You were prompting her. You wanted her to explicitly message you, but she refrained from that.
Yes. I may have what you call, you may seated there say that it's something like an overkill, in the sense that she had responded explicitly. But when I further engaged her, it was still within the context that she had responded the way she did. I keep maintaining that it is highly sexual, it is deeply sexual, it is highly explicit, it is a response, it is pertinent. For that matter, that was at 1816, 1839, 1848, and then at 2319, I indicated that I'm retiring to bed. So there is this notion about many activities were engaged in from my side, if anything hinges on that. The point I'm simply making is she was explicit, the messages were highly sexual, she had given an answer, she had earlier on prompted me to be explicit, and the response is likewise explicit. Stop riddles. If I remember somewhere, she then said, you know what? If he could only come out clear. But be that as it may, I'm saying that answer is pregnant with meaning.
You said context a lot of times during your evidence. You said context is important.
Correct.
The complainant gave the context to this message. The last message she sent to you was at 1816. You continued messaging her for 5 hours without her responding to you.
Please contextualize it. It's not as if when you say for 5 hours, every minute of that 5 hour period, I was talking. So let's look at it. She had been very explicit. She had been very, very outright. She had made a choice. She would like to engage sexually, and this is me testifying about what I understood this to mean. And I don't want to read something less than what I am seeing here. I'll go with whichever sex position, but there's a word I like. I like, which is surprise. That is a pertinent answer. In my view, everything else that was happening does not change that position.
You are not
That does not make what was being discussed unwanted.
You are not answering me. You are going away from the question. We are past that reply from her. I say, after that, you continued not every minute. That's not what I'm saying.
Yes.
There's messages from you from 1838 until 2319.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's a lot, but
Yes.
there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 messages from
Yes.
you. No reply from the complainant for 5 hours.
She might have been asleep.
Or she might not have been asleep.
Correct.
She testified that she did not want to continue this conversation.
I'm giving my version today, and I've stated my version. Within the context of what we are about, this message does not convey unwantedness. On the contrary, it conveys wantedness. I like. So whether something happened an hour or two or whatever, it doesn't serve to change what I'm saying. I read as I read it now, insofar as it is to assist in a determination of the issues at hand. It is quite explicit. It is a response. It tells me that I like surprise. It's too explicit. It's highly sexual. It is an informed statement. And I understood it the way it is. So I do understand, ma'am, your proposition as to her evidence. This is the moment for me to give my side of the story.
But even on your side of the story, going back to saying where you made the statement, you can read the room. If someone do not reply for hours, then that means they don't want this conversation. That is your own words.
No, I disagree with the proposition, the way you are putting it. And there is a risk of me being repetitive and bordering on being argumentative. But context tells us where we are now, that the complainant had been very explicit about what she was saying.
Can we move on to the next point, please?
Yes. I'm going to move to the 17th of June 2021. That's on 1196. There you started the conversation that evening at 1938 saying you are not going to work. And in context, that was where there was this taxi strike. Is that correct?
Correct.
So she replied to you to say that she is actually at work at that time of night. They have two urgents.
Correct.
Now, seeing that there's a lot of conversation then about the taxi strike.
Yes.
And also court. I don't want to go into everything, otherwise we will not finish.
Yes.
Then she said she can chat later. I'm still busy at work.
Yes.
Then she's later that night at 21:19 she
Yes, she
indicated,
says we will chat later because I'm still busy at work.
and then she said at 21:17 just got home.
But then when she says we will chat later, I then say yes, we will chat later. But then at 21:14, I indicate that I have retired to bed because when I say it means I'm asleep or I'm now going to bed. But then at 21:17, 3 minutes after that, she then tells me that she just got home. So after I had said I'm asleep, she then comes up. She says, well, here am I. And the conversation continues.
And then she indicated to you that they will have to start again at 5 o'clock the next morning. So she's very busy. She must be tired.
Correct.
Again, talking about the Makanda strike, I don't want to go into everything.
Yes.
But then, telling it's stressful because of the Makanda strike, then you go again and say at 1198, 21:27.
Where does she say it's stressful? I'm at page 1190.
Isn't the strike stressful?
Whose strike?
She said they rough. She said it was rough.
No. You are talking about stress. I'm checking with you based on what is said at 1197 and 1198. Where does she talk about stress? I want you to show me.
1196, 1955.
Page?
Doesn't that indicate that
Sorry,
it's
page?
1196?
1196, yes.
1955?
1955.
Yes.
She says Beku rough.
Meaning it is rough. The strike is rough.
No, she was not part of the strike. Let me just talk about Beku rough. It could mean many things. In the sense that she is a secretary, she sits in court. The arguments may have been heated. There's so many things. In my view, nothing much turns on that. But certainly it does not convey the meaning that you are conveying to me.
No,
Or
she
I disagree.
testified that the video just before that one was a video of the taxi strike, and then you continue to even say that the strike is continuing tomorrow. So this is in relation to the taxi strike.
Ma'am, all I'm saying is there's nothing that says I am stressed because of what is happening. That's all I'm saying. You made mention of this word stress.
Chair, can I assist? I do think, I really don't want to temper the JP can defend himself, but I do think when things are put in as a fact, it's important to indicate where they are, rather than an interpretation of the evidence leader. I think it confuses the witness when the evidence leader puts an interpretation and puts it as evidence. I'm just appealing that we're not going to finish if something like this, which says Begu Raf, is presented that it's stress, because that's an interpretation. And I think it's important for fairness not to twist, not to interpret, but to put to him what it is. I just think, I won't interrupt again. I'm pleading with the evidence leader, because I know her role is that to check everything for truth. If it was the counsel for the complainant, I would understand. I'm appealing to her.
Yes. Advocate Skeppers, my note with regard to that is that she said it was rough, right? It was very difficult because some of the protesters were close to the court.
It can be a matter of interpretation, but that's not the point I wanted to make. I was interrupted. The conversation remained generally work-related because of the taxi strike, the motions that they had, urgent motions, and then they have to be back at 5 o'clock until 21:25 on 1198. Then you started at 21:27. You shifted the tone dramatically after she was talking about this difficult day.
As long as we have moved away from stress, because I did not read any stress, I hear what you are saying. There was this conversation between the complainant and I. She's talking about what was happening, and I was listening to that. I made my comments. She even engaged me further. Even tomorrow they are continuing, I suppose, with the strike. Maybe I could have spoken to the judge concerned. She could have said, well, it was really stressful. So many things can be said around it. But it is what it is, and we see it. Here it is.
To continue my question, you were talking about this difficult day of hers at work. It's 21:27 at night.
Yes.
Then you change the tone dramatically to turn it again sexual related.
At which point?
21:27 on 1198. Where were we last night? We were warming up.
But then let's start much earlier. So we will chat later. She's availing herself at 20:07. And then I say, oh yes, later indeed. Later, yes. But then come 21:14, I'm drowsy. I then retire to bed. She is the one who resuscitates the engagement. She says, just got home. And indeed, she had said, we will chat later. So what I'm trying to say here, which I've said initially and which I may keep repeating, context is very important. And context is everything. So I'm not sure exactly what proposition you are making, given what I am seeing here.
The complainant responded to that question of yours, where were we last night? We were warming up.
Yes.
She responded with an exclamation of shock. That was the translation that we got. And she testified when she gave her evidence that she was startled by your attempt to return to the inappropriate topic from the night before, a conversation she had already tried to shut down.
Thank you. There was no point where I understood her to have shut down any conversation. That is the starting point. The second point I wish to make is that what is at 2127 does not or did not convey to me a rebuff. That's the first thing, even if it is an expression of surprise, but I believed it was flirtatious. So that is my version.
She testified that why she said you are still going back to that is she wanted to tell you that she's now irritated with this. She did not want to engage in this. And you then continued at 21:28 to say purely because we were about to land. So you
Yes.
did not want to stop with that conversation.
Yes. Yes, it did not stop because there was no point where I was stopped. There's no point where I was rebuffed. And there is nothing from a reading of what I'm seeing here that constitutes a rebuff. On the contrary, as I said earlier on, after I had gone to bed, after she had said we will chat later, then when I had a message getting in with her telling me that she just got home, that was an invitation for us to further engage in our talk. And we did. And in the course of that, that is when I said, well, where were we? We were about to round off that topic that we discussed on the previous occasion. That is my version, ma'am. I hear what you say her version is. The version I am now articulating is mine. That is my understanding based on what I'm reading here.
Now, in her attempt to tell you that she does not want to converse in this way of messaging, the next message and the translation that we got that time, and it can be confirmed, is exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep. Doesn't that show you that she does not want to talk to you?
That can't be so if regard is had to the fact that I was the first to go to bed. She then resuscitated the topic in the context that she had said, I'm still busy, let's chat later. I sleep. She's the one who tells me that she just got home. And then I exclaim, we'll start again at 5. And then she talks about what was happening, my counter-strike. And then I say, oh, now I understand. And then in the course of that, I made the point that I did at 21:27, and I did not, prior to that, see any point where there is a rebuff or any uncomfortable stance on her part. And indeed, when I say Besinda Woni, she then engages me. I don't see any rebuff even after I had revisited the topic. That is my version.
She testified the rebuff is that she replied in shock, and you are still going back to that with an exclamation.
There's nothing like a shock the way I saw it.
The next, when you said purely because we were about to land.
Yes.
She then said the exhaustion is extreme. I'm about to sleep because I will wake up whilst you will still be sleeping. She testified that this was her way of trying to end the conversation and get you to leave her alone. That's what she testified.
That is what she testified. You are now pointing the tribunal to the mere ipse dixit of the complainant, which I regard as the mere say-so. The question of whether what she said is something to go by or not requires us to scrutinize what was happening, and I invite you to that. She had expressed exhaustion. I follow. Exhaustion will happen in an instance where you work after hours. And then I say purely because we're about to land, that was an indication that it's not something that's going to be lengthy, we were about to land. Then she says, then I say, I'm also going to be waking up at 2 to write a judgment. And I've made that clear that I was not just saying I was going to write a judgment. Indeed, I did write a judgment. And I was involved deeply in writing that judgment. So, fact of the matter is, that's why I say ye draw. In other words, I'm saying our situations are alike. Ye draw at 21:30. Then she says, understood. Now, who else is going to read something that does not appear from this conversation. The way I'm putting it is a so to speak type of an address. I'm just simply saying, if we read this conversation, there's no rebuff. There's talks between the complainant and I. I'm asleep. She sees fit to wake me up after she had said we will chat later. I could easily say, for instance, to your proposition, and with due respect, where she says, we will chat later because I'm still busy at work, and then I say later, yes, and then 7 minutes thereafter, I feel drowsy and I indicate that I'm asleep. Then she tells me, just got home. But I can't be pedantic and say, now there she is now, at 2017, 3 minutes thereafter, when she says just got home, it doesn't mean she was not weary. I can't say that. I can't say she was not tired because she had worked through the night. But what is important is that all I said, having been woken up by her initiating the chats by saying, I had said we'll chat later. I indicated that I had gone to bed. She tells me she just got home. I exclaim. She tells me that she's going to go back at 5. And then she also says, you will be asleep. I think there's something that she said about that. Usalele wena. Senzolala kuba I will wake up usalele wena. Then naturally I had to tell her that, look, I'm multitasking. I'm going to write a judgment. Yidro, our situations are the same. I wrote a landmark judgment. It's reported.
You keep on saying she woke you up. It's not the correct way. 3 minutes after you sent that message, she replied to your message. It's not that she woke you up, that she wanted to talk to you.
No, that's not necessarily the point I'm making.
That is what you are testifying.
Let me explain what I was saying. I am saying, when I say Z, it means I am retiring to bed. She had said we will chat later, and I said yes, later. So at that point, there was understanding between the two of us. We were ad idem, so to speak. So basically, I woke up then because a message got in. If a message had not gotten in, I would have slept my night through and woken up to write the judgment as I had said I did. And I did write the judgment.
And what she testified is, in her reply, she wanted to steer it away from that sexual tone of messages. And then, indeed, you started talking about the fact that you have to get up early, write a judgment. So it was kind of work-related.
Then she ends up by saying, when I say, well, our situations are similar, she says, I understand.
Yes.
Yes.
Because both of you are going to wake up early. Nothing wrong with that.
No, I was not suggesting that there's anything wrong. I'm simply saying I am at pains to, besides being at pains to understand what exactly is being proposed or the proposition that is being made. The point I am making is that we were chatting and nothing here from what I see indicates any form of rebuff.
You reminded the complainant also to delete messages.
Correct?
And she said not to worry about that.
Correct?
And that made you at ease that she's now going to delete your chats.
Correct?
The complainant testified, and we're now on 1200.
1200, yes.
There's a lot of messages that was deleted. Is that correct? That we can see here.
Firstly, I disagree with the notion that there were a lot of messages that were deleted. At 21:30, in all probability, seated where I am now, it could, and I believe it was one and the same thing. It was a chat. So 21:30, it could have been one and the same thing. I am trying to contextualize your proposition that there were many messages.
On that page, 8 messages were deleted. Is that not many?
Let's call it many, yes.
Thank you. The
We
complainant.
could also call it few if we move from the premise that I would send something and delete it at the same time. Send it once or twice or thrice. Given that there's 2130, 2130, below there's 2133, 2133. Those were chats. They were sensual chats. And the only clue that we get therefrom is my question to clearly a statement that she had made. I could never have asked a question to myself. But what we know is she says, don't worry about that, whatever we were discussing.
The complainant testified that you also sent her sexually explicit WhatsApp stickers, referred to as H1 and H2, and that could have been some of these. She's not sure if it was these messages that were deleted, but it could have been the messages.
H1 and H2
yes,
are the subject of, I believe, a mystery. I never sent those messages, and my phone was submitted, among other things, to Captain Botha, who found nothing of the sort from my phone.
that is correct.
I'm simply making a statement. I'm just saying to you, to the extent that it is being said, I sent H1 and H2, it is not correct. Anything beyond that constitutes argument. I don't want to enter into that because there are incongruities even on the complainant's own version in relation to H1 and H2. It is not only mysterious, it is something that the experts have actually found, I believe, was never sent by me.
But we also know that you continually delete things from your phone. So the fact that nothing was found, we cannot say it was there or it wasn't there, because you continually delete things.
Firstly, not within the context of what we were talking about. What we were talking here, it was a discussion. There is not the slightest suggestion, at least from what I'm seeing here, that I deleted a picture. Nothing of the sort. What we can see here, though, is that when I ask a question, I ask this question in the context that she must have said something. And then I say BJ equal to, was engaging her in relation to that. Then there's a response that says not to worry about that. It may have been a message about deletion. The chats were sensual. But if you say H1 and H2 was sent, I would then say, at what time was H1 and H2 sent and on what date? So that I can appropriately respond to your question. Because if a proposition is going to be made based on mere surmise, I don't think it is going to be proper or appropriate. So, back to your question, I am said to have sent H1 and H2. Let's go to the affidavit. Let's see what is being said about H1 and H2 under oath. Page 17 of the consolidated bundle. The complainant at paragraph 13, I quote the last sentence, quote, he then sent me an image of a man muffing a woman. I was quiet and decided not to respond as he was sending these messages and pictures. Then she says H and H1, close quote. So I'm saying this is what she says under oath, which flies in the face of what she says. We now also know that Captain Botha did not find anything from my phone. At least you know from your side, because as I understand it, the affidavit of Captain Botha was handed in by consent. I'm just mentioning that. Apart from what Dr. Mello said about how a cell phone operates, I did not send H1 and H2. It is highly defamatory of the complainant to say that about me. And I am saying there are incongruities in the sense that I could spend 30 minutes and waste this tribunal's time demonstrating the incongruities purely at the level of fact about H1 and H2. But I'm just saying these were conversations. There was no H1 and H2 that was sent. Never by me.
Then what did that message of yours at 2132 BJ means?
It is a question.
Relating to what? It must be in relation to what was deleted there.
Let's speculate. She was probably saying, and it doesn't appear here because you want us to enter the realm of speculation. She was probably saying, I like BJ. And then I was saying, BJ equal to what? I was just prompting a discussion. So, to the extent that you want us to enter into the realm of speculation in the sense that we know, and I believe, advocate, at least by now, you've got an idea about H1 and H2 and the problems that beset that. In terms of it being an allegation, you see, H1 and H2 is not a man muffing a woman, for that matter. That is the starting point. H1 and H2 has been tested by at least 2 experts. The one says the manner in which a cell phone operates is such that H1 and H2 could never have been sent, or at least that's my interpretation. That's a matter, of course, that will be the subject of discussion. But my understanding is that there is no such. And so says Captain Botha. So this insistence on H1 and H2, I do understand on your part. You are championing a particular cause. You are doing your job. But I'm reminding you that there are that proposition is beset by serious problems. It is repeated, but then I maintain my stance, and I have said I found that defamatory, hence the crimen injuria proceedings. I'm not threatening anyone, I'm just mentioning a fact.
I put it to you that it is more probable that because we don't see any messages being deleted from the complainant, we only see messages being deleted from you, that there were messages sent of an explicit sexual nature, and that is why you asked the BJ, and we all know that it means blowjob. Is that
No,
correct?
I'm just saying there it is a realm of speculation. But my stance is that I did not send H1 and H2. And indeed, H1 and H2 are not the things that she swore to as having been what she now says was. Now look at it this way. H1 and H2 are superimposed into a very innocent, if I may put it like that, very innocent work-related. When I say innocent, I mean something as against flirtation in this instance, work-related stuff, as against flirtatious. It is superimposed there. And then we've got the evidence of Brenda. Everything around H1 and H2, ma'am, is highly mysterious. I was not expecting persistence in relation to that, but it is your choice. And my answer to that, I never sent it. And as you put it today, the way you are doing it, I'm saying to you, no, I did not send H1 and H2. And I am saying, even your postulation that there are probabilities, no, they can't be probabilities in an instance such as this one in favor of the complainant. That's just my version.
In my last question that I put to you about improbabilities, I never mentioned H1 and H2. I said it is more probable that the messages that were deleted were of a sexually explicit nature. I never mentioned H1 and H2.
No. H1 and H2 was mentioned in the context of what is at page 1200.
Can you just listen to what I'm putting to you now? The
Not then.
probabilities.
Thank you.
It is more probable that those 3 messages that was deleted before BJ, which
Yes.
we all know means blowjob,
Yes,
was of a sexually explicit nature.
correct.
So I don't understand why you're now
No,
arguing
no,
with
no,
me.
no,
That
no.
is the only thing that I asked you.
No,
It's of
sir.
a sexually explicit nature, and that is why you asked the blowjob.
No, sorry, ma'am. Initially, the proposition was about H1 and H2. Within the context of what is said to have happened as alleged at page 1200, I had to refute that. That is why I went probably in a roundabout fashion trying to appeal to you the way I did. From the onset, I am saying, yes, there were messages. They were highly sensual. They were deleted. And I am also saying, based on what I said earlier on, you can't say the complainant did not delete. All that is lacking is if you delete reference to quote unquote, this message was deleted, then you will end up having what we see. What I was not doing is to delete reference to this message was deleted. I never did that. But what I'm saying now is this is a conversation. I agree with you. It was highly explicitly sensual, mere conversation. But I'm refuting your suggestion that H1 and H2 featured at 1200.
And if we have a proper look at 1200, there's 15 messages on this page, you can count it. 11 of it comes from you.
Yes?
Now, if we read this room that we are talking about,
Yes.
how do we understand that the complainant was an active participant in these conversations? If you are the writer, the author of 11 of those messages.
Because, firstly, she says not to worry about that. Secondly, she says length. That is my answer. She was a participant.
And then
She
she
says,
I'm busy. At the end of that conversation, she said, I'm busy.
Not only that, she says, sorry man, I was busy. Bendi busy, uxolo.
Direct translation, I was busy. I'm sorry.
I don't make anything of that in the context of the quest, or put it this way, the engagement about whether chats were wanted or unwanted. I'm just saying on that page, the complainant was a participant. I was a participant. There's nothing in the form of a rebuff.
And if we look at probabilities, that message of yours with regards to the blowjob, it's more probable that there was a message of a male private part.
A message or a picture?
Can be message. A picture is a message. It's sent through a message, isn't it?
Let's distinguish between the two.
A picture of a private part.
I never send a private part picture to the complainant in any form. The record is going to reveal that I may have said this 100 times, and it is persisted in. I never send a picture of my private part to the complainant. As for explicit discussions about sexual things, it speaks for itself.
Then the conversation ends that night at 21:55, and when she testified, she said at the end of that conversation, she felt groomed and cheap, as though she had lost her dignity.
That's not correct. That is what she says, but I don't agree with it, based on what appears on these pages that we are at now.
And despite her clearly ending this conversation, you message her again at 10:01 the following morning.
Sorry?
With the hearing aid.
Despite what happening?
Despite her clearly ending the conversation that night.
Who ended what and how?
She said, I was busy, I'm sorry. No conversation further. At 21:55.
Okay, I'm trying to... Oh yeah, at 21:55, she apologizes to me, saying, sorry, I was busy. Yes, I see that at 1201. It is repeated on the previous page. Now I see it's at 1201.
Yes.
So what is the question?
Despite her clearly ending this conversation, you then message her again at 10:01 in the morning with the hearing aid emoji.
Yes.
And you indicated that you understood that as I'm listening, I'm waiting for a reply. So you were prompting her to converse with you.
But the starting point is your suggestion, which I don't associate myself with, which is that she ended the conversation. What we see is that at 21:55, that was her last conversation where she says, I was busy, I am apologizing to you.
But
So-
there was no further conversations from her.
Yes, that is correct. But there were further conversations from me. But the point I was trying to make is maybe I misunderstood you. She did not terminate discussions. Or at least I was never made to understand that discussions had been terminated. So, same night, albeit that it's early morning, yes, I engaged her. And she engaged as well in the talks. Let's look at it. Qhebezela, LOL, especially Riento, she laughs at that. I ask her, am I wrong? She says, not at all.
Qhebezela Translation Council, it's for conclude.
Thank you. And then to a
Two
question,
stands
ingaba
for-
ndirongo?
Not at all. Ndirongo with a question mark. Am I wrong?
So what I can make of this is that the two of us continued conversing. That is the sum total of what I've been trying to convey by way of answer.
That is after you prompted her for a reply.
Correct.
Chair, I see it's almost lunch. I think we can stop here and then we can go into the 18th of June after lunch, if
Yes.
that's an appropriate.
But it is noted that the last message is 0052. Well, the first message of the 18th, 0052. It was followed by, this message was coming from you, JP.
The message at 0052, indeed, Chairperson, was coming from me. It was
And then-
responded to at 0351.
Yes. She responded to that message at 3:51.
Correct, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let us adjourn until 1:45. JP, you are still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder, Chairperson.
Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. We are now moving to the 18th of June 2021. That's on 1201.
Yes.
We already spoke about that message of yours at 0052. And then she replied to you to say that morning, getting ready for work. That was at 3:51.
Yes.
The complainant testified that she felt compelled to reply and said morning and indicated that she was getting ready for work.
I note what you are saying.
So again, you note what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm just listening to you say something, but...
So looking at this message is not inviting to converse further. Is that correct?
Which one?
Her message. It's just a reply to yours. It's
Yes.
just to say morning, getting ready for work.
Yes, she didn't even have to reply at that point in time. I agree with you. But she elected to respond.
She testified that by replying in that way, she was trying to politely disengage and signal that she was busy and uninterested in continuing the previous night's topic. That's what she testified.
I hear what you're saying, but the proposition that you are making is not consistent with the rest of what was discussed beyond the point that you are referring to.
When she did not reply to that, when she did not reply further, that was the only message she sent. You then continued conversing with her. Is that correct? If we look
After
at
she did what?
She did not further converse with you. There's no messages from her. After that, there's 4 messages from you. Is that
yes,
correct?
Yes, 0405, 0405, 0405. 3 messages were sent within seconds. Oh, well, the 4 of them, actually. All of them are written 0405, 0405, 0405, yes. And the one that is saying especially Riendo is sexual in nature. It attracted a response within a second. And then a question at 0406, and then at 0407, it attracted a sensual response, very explicit in nature.
On this message of yours, especially rear thing at 4:05, on a question by Advocate Mashaba yesterday, you said that you wanted to know about a sexual position.
It was still in that context, correct.
Can you explain to us why did you send that message at 4:05 in the morning when she told you that she's busy getting ready for work? Why do you start messaging her on a sexual nature?
I had no reason not to, given that we were in a flirtatious relationship. There was nothing precluding me, as far as I'm concerned, from doing so. And indeed, it attracted a response.
Yes, only laughing emojis.
Exactly, yes.
That's not a clear response.
Well,
it's rather a coping mechanism.
More importantly, am I wrong? The answer is not at all. You're not wrong. 2 means not at all. So there was a flirtatious discussion once again.
From your side, you are pursuing this. You are persisting on getting an answer from her.
What is the question?
When she does not give you an answer, you say, am I wrong? So you are pressuring her to give you an answer.
No, I'm not pressuring.
Yes, you are, because she's not answering.
No, I'm not pressuring. The word pressuring is of significance. I am not pressuring. I'm continuing with a conversation, and she too engages in that conversation. She doesn't say, no, I don't want to talk about this. In fact, she engages in it by saying, when I'm engaging her, finding out, am I wrong? The answer is no, not at all. You are not wrong.
But this is a pattern in your conversations that we have seen up to this far. You repeatedly messages her trying to elicit an answer from her because she's not replying to you. She's not responding in a way that you want her to respond. Doesn't that show that you wanted to take control of these messages?
Take control.
Yes, because you are the one initiating it.
Yes. Yes, as a man, it's not a question of taking control. It's a question of initiating based on how you feel, and it attracts the requisite response as far as I'm concerned. And yes, yes, to your question, at all levels. Barring one thing, it's not about pressure, it's about a conversation which is flirtatious, which when I look at it, as I read it now, it doesn't support the proposition that she was an unwilling party.
She testified that you were not respecting her boundaries. Because
Not
when
correct.
she does not answer you, you keep on asking for a
That's
reply.
not correct.
Advocate Skippers, I think you keep on arguing this point. But we can see ourselves that she herself initiated conversation about 4 o'clock in the morning. We can also see ourselves that there's a laughing emoji from her. We can also see ourselves, etc., etc. You're going to keep on arguing with this witness. I don't know until when, but we can read and see these things ourselves, that she's responding.
Thank you, Chair. On that reply of hers, where she said at 6:25, Ms. Ngapi, can you give us the translation? On 1201?
At 6:25.
Yes,
The haike,
no, the one above it.
the one above it. Ubhale ucime kodwa uyayazi ndibusy. You write and delete, but you know that I'm busy. That's the direct translation.
Yesterday you testified that you took that to mean that she wanted to read it.
I maintain so even today.
Okay.
That is my stance even today. Ubhale ucima kodwa uyayazi ndibusy. In other words, she was disrupted from reading by being busy. She wanted further engagement. She wanted to see what had been written. So that's why I say it's not a rebuff.
But that could also mean anything else, that maybe she wanted to take a screenshot of it,
Screenshot of what?
of the message, before you deleted it.
I don't know that. That is not the impression that I gained. Anyway, if we are going to be speculating about things, so be it. But I am going to simply say, as I testify here, I want to give responses that are going to help the tribunal arrive at a just conclusion on the issues at hand. From what appears here, I believe she was engaging in these chats. There was nothing about unwillingness.
Then if we...
The respondents, or rather complainant's evidence on this issue is, as I recorded it, you write and delete, but you know I'm busy. Why did you write that? Because I saw there are 2 messages he had sent, which he deleted without me seeing them.
Yeah.
That was the evidence.
Yes.
Are you implying that she didn't want to read those messages?
No, that's not what I'm implying. That could not be, that could not have been the only reason. There could have been other reasons as well. It's not that...
What is the basis for other reasons? Speculation, as the witness says.
That's why I'm moving off that point, Jay. There were no further messages during the working hours, except for the emojis. All right, let's go through it. There was messages at 6:25, 6:26, and 6:28. But during the working hours, there were no messages.
Yes, from what I'm seeing here. Perhaps also, Advocate Skippers, we need to go to page 17 of the consolidated bundle, so that when we talk about the 18th of June, we also see what the complainant said under oath. This is what she said under oath. I'm saying this purely because you have got a version that you are putting to me. On 18 June 2021, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if I was wrong. I said no. That's a complete distortion, or put it this way, it is a far cry from what we are reading from this. So this is said under oath, the very same witness whose evidence in chief you were leading, which is contrary to what is contained here. Now, I am approaching this with great trepidation because it's got nothing to do, I'm not being personal. All I'm saying is there are two mutually destructive versions on an issue that we are debating. That's all I'm saying. Under oath, she says this. When she lays the complaint, she would have the JCC believe that on 18 June, he asked me to finish what we were talking about and asked if I was wrong. I said no. Then we go to the conversations. They are a far cry from that. So both in her evidence, which was under oath, and here, they are mutually destructive versions.
Now, at 1809, you then replied again to a status of hers.
At
1809 at 1202.
1809, yes, I say that. I expressed appreciation for what I saw on her status picture.
She did not reply to that.
Yes, she didn't reply. It's quite clear and blatant from what we are seeing.
Now, if we go to the next day, the 20th of June, 2021.
Yes.
That was Father's Day, and she started by greeting you to say Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Yes, but before we get there, at pages 17 and 18 of the complaint that served before the JCC, a recommendation was made, the matter served before the JSC, hence we are here today. Advocate Skeepers, I would like you to consider that paragraph 14 gives a totally different picture. It shies away from the lengthy discussions that we engaged in. Because firstly, it starts off as I did read, and I'm not going to repeat. The impression is created that I was asking about something in respect of what it is that was wrong. He asked me if we had finished what we were talking about and then asked whether I was wrong. I said no. I quote now the last section of paragraph 14. It's a very, very short paragraph. I asked why does he keep on sending me stuff and delete before I could even read, because told him earlier that I was busy. He said he did not want to distract. Uploaded on WhatsApp, status picture of me wearing black skirt and so on, and a touch of a newspaper shot. He said, whoa. So her events of 18 are as short as that. Her events, put it this way, the events of 18 are much longer than that. So the complaint tells us one thing, the testimony says something else. I don't want to take it any further than that. Thank you, Chair.
I'm a bit lost, but proceed, Advocate Skeepers.
Thank you, Chair. On that greeting that she sent you that morning, Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Yes.
She testified that she extended the same courtesy to other male colleagues, including judges. So she did not only send it to you.
I don't know. I know about me. And may I add, for the previous years prior to 20 21, she had never sent me Happy Father's Day. Only upon this flirtatious relationship coming into existence did I get this with an endearment called by my clan name.
You say that calling you by your clan name is a sign of endearment, but it
Correct.
can also be a sign of respect, isn't it?
It can also be a sign of respect.
Yes.
In any event, it is a sign of endearment, whether it is because you respect somebody. Once you call them by their clan name in my culture, it is endearment.
Or
Whether
respect.
it is in the context of respect or what. And there's no time when I believed that the complainant had no respect for me.
She had respect for you.
I believe so.
Though you then also testified that in the first conversation when she said earn it, this prompted you to say that she was inviting you. Now,
Come
if
again,
we-
ma'am.
Say again?
Sorry, I didn't pick that up.
You said that in the initial conversation, when she said earn it, you took that as an invitation.
Correct.
Now, if we look at all the conversations after that initial conversation,
Yes.
isn't it clear that the way she interacted with you was not inviting? She was replying to you, responding to you.
She initiated a chat from time to time. In broad terms, that's my answer. But going back to where we are, 20 June, I think the starting point is that this recordal of Happy Father's Day, Jola, there's even no reference to that in the complaint itself.
Now, we agree there's a lot of conversations not in the complaint. That is before the tribunal, we know that.
Yes, I'm just mentioning that this, which I regard as an endearment or somebody initiating a chat that brings about warmth within me because I'm called by my clan name, does not form part of the complaint for a reason that I can't advance. But what I see is that it is here in the conversation. This is at page 18 of the document. On 20 June, commented on a video, nothing about Happy Father's Day.
That is correct.
Yes, I'm just saying there's an incongruity there.
Then you thanked her for that.
Yes, I did.
And then there was a few conversations about an order that was granted. And I think you said yesterday it was in Grahamstown. And then at 6:22, you then
Are you
said...
talking about 0607? You saw the order granted on
Yes.
that day? Yes,
Yes.
yes, I see that. I'm with you now,
Okay.
Counsel.
And then at 6:22, you said changing the topic slightly.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
I mean changing the topic slightly, moving away from third force and other things.
What did you want to change the topic to?
Regrettably, I don't know.
Okay.
I'll tell you why I don't know. It's because the next conversation is at 22:23.
Yes. So there was...
Something might have distracted me.
Yeah, so there was no conversations further that day.
As far as I'm concerned, none.
Yes. But she also did not communicate with you.
Correct. It's blatant from here.
Yeah. So again, seeing that you can read the room, didn't that show you that she did not want to further engage with you that day?
No, I disagree.
And then at 22:23, you again initiated conversation by replying to a status that she uploaded.
At 22, yes, correct.
And do you accept that the emoji that you wrote there can be interpreted as a sexual tone, carrying a sexual tone?
Not in the context of somebody, as I believe, who was sitting in a restaurant and I evinced or I showed an appetite on the basis that they were eating in a restaurant. Not in that context.
Can I take you to...
If I'm correct that it is the spot where something is said about because I see that at paragraph 15, page 18, on 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me an emoji, tongue sticking out. So context is important. This has to do with appetite in the context of people eating.
On the transcripts 21 January 2025 at page 107, lines 5 to 11. Advocate Sikakani SC said the following: Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mengo. You say on the 20th he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spur, and he sent me an emoji, the tongue sticking out. Ms. Mengo, yes. Advocate Sikakane SC, thank you. Would I be right that the understanding of tongue sticking out is still a bit salacious?
Not in this context.
But
Certainly
that was what was put to the complainant.
by Advocate Skakan.
Yes.
Ma'am, clearly, it must have been wrong. Clearly. I mean, she says on 20 June, he commented on the video where I was sitting with my sister's kids at Spare, and he sent me an emoji of tongue sticking out. This is what the complainant says under oath. The point I'm making is that what was put, the way it was put, is nothing to go by, given that it's common cause between the complainant and I that she was in a restaurant and I expressed myself the way I did. So when I say that is clearly wrong, I am simply saying it's clearly a mistake. I don't believe it's opposite for you, with due respect, counsel, to capitalize on that, because this is a res ipsa loquitur type of a situation. The facts speak for themselves. When somebody is eating on the other side and they show that, and you've got this tongue sticking out, we should know logically what it means.
You then also testified that you wanted to go back to the previous day conversation, and we can see that at 22:23 you said we had not finished our conversation.
Yes, the other day, correct?
So you wanted to go back again.
Correct.
Why?
This question is persisted in. I'm going to answer it once again. I am persisting because I was engaging in flirtatious chats with the complainant, and it was a continuous thing. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that, and I'm not trying to discourage you, ma'am, it's now clear that the approach is about you saying what she said. Insofar as it differs with mine, my response will remain the same.
Unfortunately, we have to go through this exercise.
I don't say we shouldn't.
Then if we look at her reply,
Yes.
it's emojis, and according to what I understand, there's no translation for that word written there at 22:24. Ms. Ngapi?
Sorry, where?
At 1204 at 22:24, the second 22:24.
There are two 22:24s.
Actually, the third one. Andi sakong, that word.
Yes, and
And
Sakonqeni.
Yes.
it's a click.
Yeah. So,
With your permission, Chair, this particular word requires more of an interpretation than a direct translation. And this has to do with one more in the line of when you don't want to get too familiar with somebody. And I hope the English language is doing me justice, because I literally understand it as I'm trying to put it in words form, but it's got more to do with, I don't want to get too familiar with you, respectfully.
that was the translation we got the previous time as well. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, does that not show you that she does not want to get familiar with you?
No. I have previously said those emojis Starting with 22-24, there are 3 emojis of monkey closing eyes and 4 rolling with laughter emojis. I expressed myself in relation to that way back in my answering affidavit. And Isakoneni, I did mention that, as far as I'm concerned, it was a form of ukumutsa. And the issue of ukumutsa was interpreted by the interpreter. I still cling to that.
Well, that is not the views from the complainant. She testified when I asked her what she meant here. She said, I wanted to tell him I do not want to engage in conversation. He started.
That is not what that conveys. The issue is whether she conveyed that to me. She did not. She did not rebuff me. She instead went on to say, I am cute, within the same context.
She said you are cute because you sent her a picture of yourself without her asking for a picture. You did send her a picture of yourself.
Yes.
Why?
Why not? I mean, it's very simple. I was prepared to share pictures with her. She had previously done that with me. At least about 2 pictures we know from this interaction. She then said, I am cute. She could have kept mum. But she didn't. Instead, she complimented me as handsome.
Yes, you said yesterday also that cute means handsome, and nature says she fancies you. That's what you testified yesterday.
Correct.
The complainant never said you're handsome.
When she says cute, she means I am handsome.
Cute and handsome does not have the same meaning, does it?
I think this is becoming a terminological issue now. I've expressed myself.
Are we going to engage into a hair-splitting exercise, or are we getting substantive evidence?
Thank you, Chair. The complainant testified when asked about that. She said, you did look nice in the photo, and
Yes.
that is why she said that.
Yes.
That does not show ulterior motives, does it?
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, that she was flirting with you. She was showing what she saw.
And
she was honest.
Within the twinkling of an eye, she repeated, cute Londo. I also did not respond, but she persisted. But I don't understand the point anyway.
Then she said, you make me shy.
Yes, kukumutsa oko. Interpreter?
Ukumutsa, as we've initially translated it, Chair, it's to be shy towards someone.
No. Thank you. But what I want to say, I have previously stated what I understand to be ukumut. It's a pretense of shyness or modesty intended to be alluring, especially from a female. That was my understanding.
According to the complainant, the way she interacted in her evidence, that is not the way she saw this.
Let's then engage a bit on that. She starts off by saying, I'm cute. You say it doesn't mean handsome. I'm not sure whether that proposition is correct. Be that as it may, I was not asking her whether from this picture you see, am I handsome or not, but she volunteered the information. Then within the twinkling of an eye at 22-27, because I did not respond to that, to use your terminology, she persists that I'm handsome. I can't understand cute to mean anything else.
After she told you that you make her shy, within seconds, as you put it,
Yes.
you sent this graphic sexual video.
I've sent what?
The sexual video. 22-25.
Yes. The video of people who are cuddling, as far as I can see it here. But the point I am making is, yes, she did. She sent me this thing that says Uchut Londo for the second time. In that very same context that you are articulating.
I'm not there yet. You are jumping you don't want to go into this. I'm still at this sexual video. This is not people cuddling. You even said yesterday that it's people becoming intimate.
All right. Now, the context from what you are saying needs me to respond. I was simply saying, cute, when undenza shy, it is ukumutsa as far as I'm concerned. Even the video of the people who are, as the way I see it, are cuddling, and it's an intimate relationship, the way I see it. It is an intimate encounter, it is sexual in nature. In that context, I am still referred to as cute Londo. Because I ask, when undenza shy, in what way? Then she says, uyazibona ke, laughingly, meaning you see yourself, and then there's something that is deleted. Then, boom, I'll be in East London.
Yes, she testified that
Come again.
because she said she saw the way these messages are escalating now. You are now sending her videos. She's trying to tell you that you are making her shy. She testified that she wanted to see you in person so that she can tell you that she does not appreciate these messages.
Well, contextually, she had twice said, I'm handsome. That's the first point I wish to make. There was no point in time when she said, I want to see you because I want to confront you. There's nothing from a reading of that suggests any form of an intention to rebuff.
When you asked her in what way you are making her shy, she replied to say, do you see yourself? That is now at 1206 at
Yes.
2226.
Yes, ma'am, laughingly. And I've always expressed myself in relation to that type of emoji within the context of the discussions that we were engaging in.
You say that it is flirtatious.
Come again?
You say it's flirtatious.
It's not flirtatious, it is flirtatious. And that's how I understood it.
Then, after this request to see you in East London,
Yes.
you then ask her. The conversation became very sexual when you asked her if you can be intimate.
What is the question, ma'am?
Why did you send that message after all her previous messages, her trying to indicate to you that she does not want these messages?
The problem I have with your proposition is that as we've been disagreeing, I continue to disagree with you insofar as you make a proposition based on what she said, which I believe is not correct. It is not borne out by the conversations themselves. It was a continuous, flirtatious interaction. Even the one that says, I will be in East London, we can meet physically, we can meet and talk face to face. I never regarded that as a rebuff. I never regarded that as that which she says it was meant to be. That is not what was conveyed to me.
But there was no meeting, was there?
Come again?
There was no meeting, was there?
We never met. Then it indicates clearly that what flirtation is about is playing with words and so on and so forth. We did not meet.
Then after you sent her this, and we are now at 1208.
1208.
Yes. Where you also, you reckon we can be intimate this week?
What is at 2231? You reckon at 1208? Yes, I see it.
She then, at a stage at 2233, at the bottom of that page, she
Yes.
replied with that Bible verse that we have discussed at length already.
Yes.
And you agree, in the Xhosa Bible, that verse starts with the word no.
Correct.
There can be no confusion here.
Not at all. Unless when somebody says, go and read Psalm 1 verse 1, if you are used to reading the English text, you then contextualize it. It says, blessed is the one who does not associate himself with evildoers. But she was very, very plain and blatant and explicit about it. In response to my saying, can we meet and be intimate? In that context, she says, let us not meet for that purpose. Let's meet so that we can talk face to face. I repeat, I did not regard that as a rebuff, even or notwithstanding the fact that there is this high, that high must be understood in its context.
As no.
As no specifically to this occasion,
Yes.
not as no to any and everything. Otherwise, it means everything would have ended there from her side. But what is important is, even though she would have the tribunal believe that she was out to rebuff me and place me somewhere, but that was never conveyed. And we also know from a further reading that she is the caliber of person who could do it. If she can say, "We are Ndinyela Dada," to whosoever that she was talking to.
Why did you not accept that no of her as final for that conversation, specifically on that topic that day?
It is because it is fact specific, as you say. It is fact specific. It is a question of saying, hey man, we've been discussing long enough now about positions and everything else. You have also reached out to me, complimenting me as a person who is handsome. And there was something about this thing about I like surprise, for instance, in the background. So this is fact specific. It is not a high that is about everything and anything. It is, do we meet to do this or do we meet to do that? It is high. And let me show you where she explains herself. 1210. No, sijongane, not ncazelana. In other words, let's meet, let's not go the intimate route. That is at 2238. So this high is fact specific. Advocate Skeppers, I don't even want to talk about things such as in our culture, when somebody says high, it does not necessarily mean high in all instances. I don't even want to go that route. It is sufficient for me to say this high that we are about now in this debate is fact specific.
I don't understand why you gave this long answer, because I am asking you about this conversation. I'm not talking about others. She had to repeat the Bible verse 4 times.
Let's look at that. Let's deal with that. By the way, it doesn't change my answer. It is fact specific, but let's deal with it. 4 times. The starting point is sendibuza nje at 1208 at 2232. In Dumiso 1 verse 1, just the first word, Xhosa Bible. I had no Xhosa Bible that I could access at that point when we were chatting. Sendibuza nje, I'm just asking. Just the first word, Xhosa Bible, ibeka kakuhle. Ithini, please remind me. And indeed, I was very sincere when I said that. Kanti bendifuna uyiguglishe. And then, as we were talking, I then found that, oh, it's this verse that says, blessed are those who do not associate themselves with evildoers. And indeed, there is my response to that. And then with evildoers, and then I'm engaging myself. Who is an evildoer in the context of this? And then she says, Aibo. In other words, she's surprised that I'm engaging her in that debate. And then I call upon her to explain. When I say Tsakisa, she says in Dumiso 1 verse 1, Hai. So it is still within the context that this is fact specific.
Yes, I'm talking about
So
this
whether
conversation.
it's 2 times or 3 times or 4 times, the debate is developing between us. It is fact specific. It ends with her saying, explaining herself, sijongane, not ncazelana. It is fact specific. Not on this occasion.
I'm sticking to this conversation. She now, even on top of 1210, the
Yes.
second message, there she typed hi in capital letters, meaning no.
Yes.
So she needed to reinforce the fact that she's not going to be intimate with you.
On that occasion.
I'm talking about that occasion.
Correct? We are together.
But notwithstanding her saying no in capital letters And there can be no misunderstanding on that. Is that correct?
About what?
That she says no.
That she's saying no specifically to this.
Yes.
Yes. I'm repeating myself. It is fact specific.
I'm getting to that. We are talking about fact specific. I'm only talking about that day.
Sure.
Even after she said no, you continue and you say, but what if we melt? That is not impossible. So you don't accept her no because
No.
you want to continue with this conversation.
Let's be contextual, ma'am. She explains herself. She says, sijongane, not singazelane. In other words, I would like us to talk and meet face to face. I am saying, let us not go the intimate route. And then it is me then who is saying, what if we melt, which is not impossible?
But that's my point. After
Yes.
she clearly told you, no, we cannot be intimate, a number of times you
Yes.
continue to say, but what if we melt?
No, ma'am. The fact that this high is repeated 4 times according to your thesis doesn't change the fact that this high was fact specific. That's number one. Number two, she is saying, let's not do this on this occasion. There is no rebuff, and I accept that we will not do it. But then I'm being cautious, and I say, hey, we could then meet face to face. What if we melt? It is not impossible. The rest is history, for we know that later on, she says at 1212, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli, she steers it in a sexual direction. So let's look at this conversation in its context.
We are looking at it in its context. She's saying no. Then you continue to say, what if we melt? Then she does not answer you. You say, it's not impossible. And
Yes.
then she replies to you at 12:11
Yes.
at the bottom, it is impossible. How much clearer must she be?
No, I'm not sure because I think we are both repetitive.
No, we are not.
No, I'm saying we're both repetitive because I keep on telling you that this no is fact specific. It deals with the question whether we should meet on that day and be intimate or not. She opts to say, no, we are not going to go that route. And then she insists that we should meet. And I'm saying, well, let's be careful because you will see that she says at 2241, it is impossible. I engage her further. She then says, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli. That's highly sensual. Emanating from my saying, what if we melt? In other words, she too appreciates the fact that if we were to meet, it is possible that we will be steered in that right direction. Then she says, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli.
Are you already sweating so early?
I had no other understanding than what she was saying, which is sensual.
She replied to the sticker that you sent her of a person sweating.
Yes.
So she's replying to you. It's not her being sensual.
No, that picture is, in my view, neutral.
No, it's not. It's
All
a
right.
person sweating. She's replying to that sticker that you sent it to her. Why would you send a neutral picture
All right.
during a sexual conversation?
We can call it whatever and however, but in her response, she steers it in a sensual direction.
She's not.
She is. Definitely she is. She's saying, so ubila kwangoku kuse Eli, and then it develops. Let me develop it. I ask uyabilisa. What does that mean, interpreter?
Do you cause someone to boil? Or
There
to
is-
sweat? Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you cause
There is-
someone to sweat?
The response is, the principle is that ungandibuzi ithini. Don't ask me what that means. And then 1213, 2242, page 1213. We both know everything, but I'll be amenable. The answer to that is a laughing emoji. And in fact, we were engaging it's a continuous debate. We are engaging one another. It remains flirtatious through and through.
Then you said we are now at 12:13, where you stop now. You
Yes.
took us there.
Yes.
At 22:45, Ms. Ngabi, can we get the interpretation? It was interpreted yesterday to say I was going to give you this one.
Yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Yes, it's just that there was a spelling error there. Where there's a O, there's supposed to be a P. Bendiza kupale. I was going to give you this.
And the
Where are
complainant,
we?
sorry, at 12:13, 1213, at 22:45. And the complainant replied to that to say rephrase.
Yes,
And then you sent her the peeled banana.
yes,
Yesterday you said that the peeled banana meant that you wanted to give her something nice.
correct.
And you also said that you heard for the first time that a peeled banana is a penis, is depicting a penis. You could have
Correct.
showed her anything.
Correct,
You could have even sent her a chocolate emoji.
correct.
Why didn't you send the chocolate emoji?
I chose to send this one.
In a highly sexual conversation,
Correct.
and you want us to believe that it's not sexual in nature.
Let me explain myself. Where I say I'll be amenable, it is where I say I will be amenable at 22:42. So the question is based on, I think it's an hypothetical situation because there's an understanding between the two of us. I'll be amenable. Let's meet. Whether you say you can melt or not melt, I'll be amenable when we meet. But that one says, if we had gone that route, I wish to refer you to 1215 at 22:48. Advocate Skeppers, that emoji, the pitch there, together with that other object, they say it's a what?
Eggplant.
Yes, eggplant. That for me signifies sexual intercourse. So I was clear in my mind. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. So I was very clear in my mind using those things. This one is different. It is a banana. Nice thing. And that is what it is. And also, I'm simply saying it is in the context that I am simply saying, had we taken that other route, this is what I would have given you.
What other route?
I'm saying I'll be amenable. In other words, I'm accepting that, well, let's meet. Let us meet. We will see what happens. We know the principle, we'll have to control ourselves. And then I'm just revisiting it in the context of a more hypothetical situation. I'm simply saying, if we had taken that route, this is what I would have done. And I'm simply saying, this context is about a banana. It's a delicacy, a romantic delicacy that one can share with somebody.
A banana.
Yeah. Yes.
And you also testified yesterday that you're not an expert on emojis, and therefore you did not know that this means this has a sexual connotation.
Within this context, it could have a sexual connotation, I agree.
Yes.
But I'm talking about my understanding of what I was conveying to her. So I'm not running away from the fact that these talks were sensual, these talks were sexual. That is indeed the position. I'm saying we had reached a point where we said, well, we will be amenable. But I'm saying, well, hypothetically, if we had gone down that route, I would have given you this.
I wanted to give you this, and you wanted to be intimate with her. So
Yes.
you wanted to have sex with her. That's what you wanted to convey with this message.
I wanted to have sex.
Yes.
No, but
because
we
you
had
wanted to be intimate with her.
No, we had agreed we would not go that route. I'm saying at 1215, it's very clear. Okay, we may meet and just converse without going the intimate route. This is me talking, and I'm using those signs. I'm not using now a banana together with another object. I am just talking sensually, sexually. I was going to have this banana with you. And I grew up in a scenario where I see two people, and I'm talking about myself, sharing a banana. It looks quite juicy to see those people biting and sharing and doing all that. But what is very plain, it is that the discussion is sensual.
Yes. And then she does not reply to you because she's laughing, and she testified that she didn't know how to respond to you. But after that laughing emojis of her, you prompted her to say, "And you? What did you mean by that?"
What would you give me?
Yes.
In other words, what would you come with if we were to interact in that fashion within that context? Yes, indeed. Also, I disagree with the proposition that those four laughing, rolling with laughter emojis signify a rebuff. They don't.
And then she sent you this sticker with honorable member, don't do that. And she testified that she meant by that he must stop what he is doing. That's what she wanted to convey to you.
Yes, but it did not. That is not what it conveyed. That is why at 22:47, I wanted her to explain herself. Those memes, I think we all know, memes basically encapsulate jokes. These two that I see here, honorable member, don't do that. Those are parliamentary, that's a parliamentary language. We know what sometimes happens in parliament. And it's a meme, that's what it is. But beyond that, I called upon her to explain herself because I said, I don't understand you. Followed by something like, Ufuna nje ubuhlobo? Do you want mere friendship? Because I got to that point where I could not understand really. So I engaged her further. Then
Before you rush past this, I want to interrogate this.
Thank you.
Why would she say, honorable member, don't do that? If she didn't understand you, that you wanted to give her sex?
I wanted to give her sex.
Yes, because I wanted to give you this one, giving the banana. And then after that, you say, at 22:48, at
Yes.
1214.
Yes.
And the translation we had is, do you just want friendship?
Yes.
So that clearly shows that the previous conversation was still sexual. Because now you say, so do you only want friendship? When she said, honorable member, don't do that.
When she says, honorable member, don't do that, followed by me calling upon herself to explain herself, I meant exactly that. And I have not said these things about banana, whether you look at it from the perspective that it's a delicacy with two people sharing, it remains flirtatious. In the context that even though there was understanding that would be amenable, and that the principle is about her saying, so ubila kangoko, and are you now sweating already? I ask, uyabilisa. Then she says, ungandibuzi thini loo. That is flirtatious, through and through, even from her side.
How can you say it's flirtatious if she already wrote in capital letters, no? How can that be flirtatious from her side?
We are going to repeat this maybe for the 6th or 7th time. I said, she was saying, no, let us not go the intimate sexual route when we meet, because she's the one who came up with the notion that we should meet. I then gleaned.
I think the record will show that the no was to any proposal that let us have sex when we meet.
Yes.
To that, there is a no. But that no is specifically to say we are not going to have sex when we meet. The respondent agrees that. Is that you
Yes,
accept that?
That is my point of departure. Yes. I'm saying this no is fact specific.
Yes.
No, let us not be intimate on this occasion.
And your version is that no is limited to that, to the issue of having sexual intercourse when we meet.
On that occasion,
on
yes.
On that occasion.
Correct. That is what I term fact specific.
Correct. And I hope we don't go back to that.
Correct.
When she clearly did not reply to you, you testified yesterday that you insisted on an answer, and that shows your persistence, because in your own words, you said, I insisted an answer.
What is the point being made, ma'am? I don't follow the question.
You insist on her giving answers when she clearly does not want to give answers.
I did not understand it the way you are postulating it.
She also suggested to meet in an office. That's clearly not a private setting. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a context even to that. We can deal with it.
This is clearly not flirtatious. If we look at her answer she gave you on all your questions regarding this meeting, because she said she wants to meet in an office, not in a private setting.
I disagree with you in the manner in which you are postulating the scenario. Let me then proceed to show you why I say that. So at page 1216, she had then said, I'm a lady of action. I don't just talk. I engaged her in relation to that. Then she says, finish. Then I say, but if ucho masibonane ngoko, masibone ngoko. Well, if you say that, let's meet then. I had also sent a question that, well, you know what, it is risky. If we meet, we may lose control of ourselves. And then there's a question, any privacy or sawuncokola officini? Let's look at the answers to all those questions. Ufike laphi? Where is your arrival point? My house. Apart from the fact that she said, Ndinezenzo kuphela, I am a person of action only. And then I asked, Uyenza qha kubonwe ngoko, do you act and people see whatever will eventuate then? Then she says, finish. So, because these messages tend to cross one another at some point, because there's 2252 when she says finish, then we say, but if ucho masibone ngoko, fike laphi, and so on. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, fike laphi, my house. Any privacy? No. Or sawuncokolela e-ofisini, me asking, she says it's better. And that's it. So I don't understand the postulation or the proposition. I was amenable to meeting her in the office or in my office.
I don't understand why you had to give this long answer. I was just saying that she wanted to meet you in an office, not a private setting.
To what end? Because the reason why I'm trying to explain myself, it is because you are insistent that she was rebuffing. And I'm saying that theme is incorrect.
Then again, at 12:18, after this conversation of where she will be, the office and where you will meet,
Yes.
you then take the conversation back again. What if we melt?
Yes, I did.
Why did you continue if she already said no?
No, because I'm being cautious. I'm a human being.
And
I'm talking to
Yeah,
somebody
again.
that I was fancying, and I'm saying, I'm being cautious.
But she's saying no. And again, at 22:55, at 12:18, that translation, Ms. Ngapi, that we got is, no, you will control yourself. Is that correct?
The translation once more, advocate, the HAAAY is not a complete isiXhosa word for no in English translation. So it still remains an exclamation. And then uzazibamba, you will hold yourself or you will control yourself.
What is the question?
She told you you will control yourself, meaning that she is still saying no. She's rebuffing
I did not understand it that way. You may continue saying she was rebuffing me. I say you are incorrect. That is not consistent with this conversation, the way we see it. She says, well, when I ask, uyakwazi uzibamba wena, can you restrain yourself? She says, ndiyakwazi. And then I say, well, let me oblige in that event at 22:57. So it was a continuous discussion, not outside the realm of flirtation, but yes, it starts being fact specific. It starts with me as a human being being cautious.
And she
So
keeps,
there's nowhere, according to me, where a rebuff is communicated to me.
what more should she have done to tell you that she's not interested
Interested in what?
in you?
Are you then moving?
Isn't it clear from these messages that she's not interested in having a sexual relationship with you?
Your proposition is not correct. We have moved away from my answer, which is no is fact specific. But the proposition that you are advancing now seems to go back there. I don't understand why, Ms. Skippers.
And I thought that we had left that point.
Correct, Chairperson.
And then after you indicated to her that let me oblige, she ended the conversation with a very clear bye, a very short word bye. At 1220
Yes,
at 22:58,
correct.
meaning she did not want to continue with the conversation.
That was not my understanding.
If someone says bye, does that not mean they don't want to talk anymore?
Is that how you do it? I don't do it that way. Bye is as sweet as it is. It is contrary to where somebody simply vanishes, or she stops you, or she blocks you. Bye is still within the context of flirtation. Bye is bye.
How can you see bye as flirtation?
No, I'm just saying within the context, it is not a rebuff. Because you want a rebuff. You are looking for a rebuff. With due respect, there is none.
And then after she said bye, trying to end the conversation, you continue messaging her.
Correct.
And that is at night at almost 11 o'clock, 22:59.
Correct.
And what did you send her that got this reply of her of shock? Jesu.
What I can start off by saying, I know what it is. It was not. I can only speculate and read what is happening here. I am sure I did. Well, I'm starting with that because I know where we are going. This is 2258. There's a suggestion about K8. I am saying I did not send K8 to her on or anything that resembles K8. That is the starting point. Secondly, she says Jesu. And then I'm saying, why put it this way? It looks delicious. And I'm saying, based on what I'm seeing here, I could have sent something similar to what I previously sent. The reason why I'm talking in this fashion, I do not want to say I remember distinctly what I sent. Within the context of this flirtation, I could have sent something like I previously sent.
But if we look
But
at
I know what I did not send.
But if we look at the probabilities, your reply to one of her, actually to one of your own messages that was deleted, yours please, you sent the big eyes emoji.
Before we proceed, I would need from you to tell me, according to her version, what did I send to her and when and what time?
She indicated that you sent her a picture of a private part.
K8.
You sent her more than one. She cannot recall when what was sent. She did receive a picture of a private part.
I did not send a private part.
But if we look at the probabilities, you then ask her, yours please. What were you referring to?
I'm going to deal with yours, please, but I wanted to understand you fully. We have got a situation where we are conversing at 22:58. We've got a situation where the suggestion is made that I sent something, she screen grabbed it. It is a private part. And then it is explained. I did not send it. That is the starting point. So I know I did not do it. I did not have to do it. I did not send a private part. I did not have to do it. At least that much I know. Beyond that, I'm going to speculate as much as I can. When I say why put it this way, it looks delicious, it is because of the fact that it could have been a picture of a couple that was engaging, cuddling, or a sensual picture, but not my private part.
Any other private part?
None. I didn't have to do that.
But why did you ask yours, please? What did you mean by yours, please?
Yours, please, is send your picture of what you would. You see, because she says yours, please.
No, you
I
say yours,
yes.
please.
I say yours, please. All I can say is I have sent something that I look at as being juicy, which is, as I believe, it is something that I have explained that I could have sent. I've got to speculate. But what I know is I did not send what you keep saying I sent. That is the starting point. So when I say yours, please, feel free to send me your picture of whatever within the context of the conversation.
But her reply, Jesu, even you said, why put it like that? That means she didn't like what you sent her.
Does not necessarily mean that.
Why did you then say, why put it like that?
Well, I've seen people say OMG, not because, and it means oh my God, not because they don't like something. It just means it's an exclamation.
Then she tried to steer this conversation away from this sexual tone by saying, let me iron.
I see that at
Or
23:05.
am ironing, sorry.
Yes, I see that at 23:05. It is preceded at 23:05, or it crossed with something else where it revisits, and I think it's a cut and paste type of a thing. Or sawuncokolele ofisini, she's the one who elicits that. Then, if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige, which is also what I said. I can't. You see, it says JP or sawuncokolele ofisini, which means she's responding to something that was.
No, it's you responding. It's your chat.
No, ma'am.
It is your chat. It's on the left-hand side.
No.
Are you on 1221?
No.
On which page are you?
I'm at 1221.
Yes.
I am saying there, yes, you are correct, there's no ticks from her. But I am saying, or sawuncokolela ofisini, it's me revisiting what I had initially said. And I was reminding her, if it must just be a friendly chat, I'll oblige in relation to the meeting that was proposed to be in office.
Opening the door for her to reconsider.
If it
to
must
go the
just
intimate route.
If it must just be friendly chat, I'll oblige.
So you wanted to revisit that to later rethink it?
Well, she said we can meet in the office, and I'm saying, well, if it is going to be just a friendly chat, I will oblige.
And then she said, I'm ironing. So she clearly did not want to continue with this conversation.
I did not understand it the way you do.
In fact, you are correct, because now you say, let me see, please.
Yes.
Why?
No, because it is a follow-up to your picture, please.
So you still wanted a picture?
Correct.
Of?
Something that could resemble what I believe I sent to her.
Then you persisted. She's not continuing with the conversation. You keep on asking, I will wait.
Yes.
Sending the eyes.
Yes.
Hands. Please
Yes.
reciprocate. But
Yes.
she's not answering you.
Correct.
Clearly, she did not want to converse with you further.
That is not how I understood it. She ends up by saying, Libele upuma ku WhatsApp, and then I say, what do you mean? I don't understand you. She then says something that softens my heart. Ulale kamnandi upupe. Sleep well and dream.
Chair, I just want to get an indication until what time we are going to continue today.
10 o'clock.
Can we then maybe have a comfort break? Now I see it's 3 o'clock now. If we can have a comfort break.
We're back 1:15 if you want the break.
Yes, please.